don't know. Don't know. Oh, who's feeling funky? Who's feeling funky? Ah! Elifaba, thank you for the 7 months.
Happy 2 years.
Be myself. Happy Tuesday. Uncle Trudeau, thank you for the 24 months. All right. All righty. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Can we watch Emmy throw the first pitch? Yeah, just let me know when she's about to do it. So, if you do not know, we've been listening to the sounds of Sly and the Family Stone. And we've been listening to this because Sly Stone passed away. Died at the age of 82. And he changed music not once, but twice. And I want you to think of some of your favorite legends. Maybe Prince, maybe Jimi Hendrix. And know that their sound was inspired by the sounds of Sly Stone. So R.I.P. We'll talk about him a little bit later. We'll get into why and how he changed music. For loving, be myself. Anyway, how are we doing? Hello? How are we? Are we breaking curfew or what? You know what? Let's fucking go, okay? We're going out tonight. We're going to break curfew, which is something that I didn't even have a curfew when I was in high school. Ooh, Sly, yo, check out his album. There's a riot going on. Really kind of grimy, but great production. He was on a lot of drugs, but yes, true. And yeah, if you have not listened to There's a Riot Going On, which was honestly one of the most influential LPs ever created, came out in 1971. It was a 180 from the previous sounds that they had mixed up in the 60s. It was a response to the kind of pessimism that came about in the 70s after after all of the civil rights movements in the 60s, the kind of feeling that change was on the horizon. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And in the 70s, this kind of cynicism, nihilism, pessimism started to creep in as the energy of the 60s protest era began to dissipate. And so There's a Riot Going On was quite dark. The sound was quite dark and much edgier than had been Sly and the Family Stone's sound in the 60s. And also, he was on a lot of drugs. Dude, it's so funny because I have had multiple people message me and be like, so is LA on fire? Like, what's going on? And I'm like, no. No, the city is not burning. That is the media sensationalizing these protests. They've probably shown the same Waymos on fire like 100 times as evidence that LA is burning. Did you get to watch this documentary? I have not yet. Yeah, the fucking Waymos. Oh my God. I've had to mute my Instagram notifications. I have had to mute my Instagram notifications all day because there is a war happening within the comments of whatever reel my editor put up. Getting ready to throw the first pitch. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, so that's been fun. All right. Let's take a look here. So Will's currently in San Diego at the Padres game because Emmy, they're doing a sponsored stream where Emmy is throwing out the first pitch at the game and she's wearing cosplay. I don't know what character it is. Who's the worst person who's ever thrown a first pitch? Or I guess not like worst person, but what's the worst first pitch ever thrown? If Emmy makes the pitch, Will wins 1,000. If she misses, Bonnie wins 1,000. Oh. Okay, so we have some Gamba on the line. 50 Cent. 50 Cent was the worst. She's doing a Nike cosplay. Nike cosplay. What is happening? Never forget when 50 Cent threw out the worst first pitch of all time. Okay, wait. We have time. Let's see. Ain't no way! Ain't no way! Ain't no way! No way. How have I never seen that? That is the worst pitch I've ever seen. It almost hits this guy. Look at this. Oh my God. Okay, I love the laughter after because that's just objectively such a bad throw. Nowhere near the target. I would have been like, yeah, I was actually trying to hit that guy. Who's that guy? Here's another worst of all time. Okay, we'll watch it after because she's about to throw. That guy doesn't look like Emmy. Let's go, Emmy. Come on. Okay. Okay, does that count? Wait, does that count? I hear Will. I hear Will. Not too bad. You know what? But much better than 50 Cent.
I was too weak. I couldn't throw it.
That was perfect. You nailed it.
You think so?
Yeah, it was awesome.
At least I didn't throw it back.
Here, look what chat said. They're all happy. That was awesome.
50 Cent should be ashamed.
I was so scared. That wasn't too bad.
All right. Good job, Emmy. Good job. You did that.
I did it.
You did that. Okay, now I'm going to look at hold on a second. No, let me look at this. Okay, Conor McGregor, piece of shit. It feels so good to laugh at that man. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Wow. It's such an ego thing too, and you just know. Emmy did better than Conor McGregor and 50 Cent. Oh, what a loser. Is this the same
All right,
thing?
Jordan, fire it in there.
Oh, the crowd reaction is great. Oh! So that's Jordan Leandri. He's a Boston superfan. Now, this guy, he survived Ewing sarcoma, which is a very rare bone cancer when he was a young child. So his story is very inspirational. And they brought him over to Fenway many times over the years.
He's a big fan.
For the first pitch, but he hit, that's photographer Tony Capobianco right in.
Oh, no. Well, you know, he threw the ball right at the other balls. To quote a legend, he should stick to using his hand to tap out.
The Capobiancos.
And of course he's not looking because he's looking through the
no.
viewfinder of his camera.
Well, look what he did. So he posted on Twitter.
no.
There's his picture as the ball came right at him.
I don't know who I feel.
Oh, that's rough. Ooh, ah. It is always funny to see. It's always funny to see people throw a baseball in a situation like that and then realize how hard it is. It's kind of the whole having normal people perform alongside Olympics idea where you get a sense, you'll get a very accurate sense of how absolutely fucking beast mode Olympians are when you have like normal people. And then you do that with like, you put a normal person throwing a first pitch and you realize like how insanely good Major League Baseball players are. I would do an 80-mile-per-hour four-seam fastball right over the plate. Caitlin, thank you so much. Thank you. You know it. You know 80 mile per hour right over the plate. Isn't the mound 90 feet or something like that from the home plate? It's far as fuck. George Bush still has the all-time first pitch. George Bush first pitch. If you're throwing the first pitch, you better be practicing.
Ceremonial first pitch. And please welcome.
Okay, actually fucking nailed it. Now, if only he could have been as good a president as a first pitch of the game thrower. Yeah. Now watch this pitch. Now watch this pitch. Joe Biden could never. He would die. He would die doing it. I hate to say it, but he nailed it, and it was actually a great morale booster after 9/11. Everyone was like, yay! That's my president.
Check out this
That's my president. Now, sir, go over there to the Middle East and kill them all.
move right here in case anybody was questioning whether
Who
she
the
was going to throw a
hell's
strike.
this?
There you go, warming up, and then, yeah, right there, right down the pipe. She did her windup and threw her best in style.
Excuse me,
Some say it was a
sister.
little low. I'm saying that's a called strike three right there. With a little help
Some
from the
say
catcher.
it's a little low.
It was one of the best.
I'm sorry, but it is so funny to be like, actually, sister threw a little low. Actually, sister threw a little low. Excuse me.
Better ceremonial first pitches we have seen over the years. Way to go, sister. Nice job.
Kind of drop
Really,
low,
really
sis.
great.
Kind of drop low. Johnny Q, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for letting me be myself. Let me know when Gavin Newsom is going live. Can we keep eyes on that? What's he speaking? Where's he speaking? What stream? I want to listen to what Gruesome Newsome has to say. Gavin Screwsome. It's mute. Gavin is broken. Wait, what? Camtram, thank you for the 21 months. He's going live to play Nightreign. Yeah, he's going live to play. Wait, there's no sound. Shut the fuck up. Are you telling me that a stream that the governor of California is speaking on to address the situation in Los Angeles is mute? I'm sorry. Are you telling me that Midas Touch has exclusive streaming rights? Excuse me. No way. So there's just no audio. So it's like one of my first streams where there's just no audio. Okay. Yeah, so for anyone who's like streaming is so easy, think again. Think again. Okay, let me see this. The Pope Leo makes broadcast.
They're 2 strikes away from a win here in 2005 in Game 1.
Oh my God.
With Jenks on the mound.
You guys, the last play.
And Everett at the plate.
The 1-2 pitch. Oh wait, his audio's back up. Okay, will someone send me the link? Can we watch it? Let's watch it. Send that shit to me. The 1-2 pitch to Palmeiro, ground ball past Jenks up the middle of the infield. Uribe has it. He throws. Out. It's a White Sox winner and a world championship. The White Sox have won the World Series and they are mobbing each other on the field. How does it feel knowing the Pope's a White Sox fan? If he's still a White Sox fan, that man is dedicated. He is dedicated. Okay, do we have a link? I need help. You guys, come on. Help a sister out. Kevin. I don't know what he's speaking on. Where he's speaking? Is it on the Midas Touch fucking YouTube channel? Thank you, G-Dank. Thank you.
Flashbang grenades,
Okay.
rubber bullets.
All right.
Federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began.
Oh
He doubled
no,
down
our
on his dangerous
officers, like
National
they
Guard
weren't working
deployment
with
by
them.
fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video clips of cars burning on cable news. If you incite violence, I want to be clear about this. If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated. Full stop. Already more than 220 people have been arrested, and we're reviewing tapes to build additional
who's cutting
cases,
the onions?
and people will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of
I find this
protested peacefully, the
inciting
situation
violence
was winding
line
down
to be.
and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown.
I
That-
find this
that's not what
inciting
Donald Trump
violence
wanted.
line to be
He again chose
interesting.
escalation. He chose more
Because the
force.
question is,
He
are
chose
you inciting
theatrics over
violence if
public
violence
safety.
has already been
He
incited?
federalized another 2,000 Guard members. He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines. These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery.
if the
But we
violence
do
has already
not
been
want our
incited,
streets militarized by our own armed forces. Not
how
in
do you
LA,
then
not in
incite
California,
violence?
not anywhere. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling
Protesters
a military
urge
dragnet
not to give Trump
all
administration
across
pretext
Los
for what it's
Angeles,
already
beyond his
doing.
stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses.
Hey, don't
That's
give
just
Trump any
weakness.
excuse
Weakness masquerading
for
as
the thing
strength.
he's already doing
Donald
without
Trump's government
excuse.
isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including
At press
in the
time,
courts.
Bass warned
Just
that Trump
yesterday,
was
we
using the
filed
actions
a
of
legal
protesters to
challenge
justify
Donald
sending in the
Trump's
National
reckless
Guard
deployment
that had
of
been
American
pre-deployed to the
troops to a
conflict days
major
before it
American
even
city.
began.
Today, we sought an emergency court order
can't
to
focus.
stop the
Did he
use
put eye
of the
drops
American
in?
military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles.
No, he's just
If some of us
an
could be
empath.
snatched off the streets without a
Caitlin, come
warrant,
on.
based only on suspicion or
Cam
skin
Tramp, thank you for
color,
the 21 months.
then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? I ask everyone, take time, reflect on this perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions. This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself. Databases, quite literally, are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting the First Amendment. And the threat of defunding them.
Okay, Newsom, what are you going to do about it?
Dictating what universities
he's gonna kill
themselves
Trump.
can teach. He's targeting law firms and the judicial branch that are the foundations of an orderly and civil society. He's calling for a sitting governor to be arrested for no other reason than to, in his own words, for getting elected. And we all know this Saturday, he's ordering our American
Vote for
heroes,
me.
the United States military,
This
and
is his
forcing
slogan.
them
He's like,
to
vote
put
for
on
me,
a vulgar
and I'll do
display
it.
to celebrate his birthday, just as other failed dictators have done in the past. Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of us. This is about you. California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are
Okay,
next.
straight up, fuck
Democracy
Trump, but like, are the
is
Democrats
next.
going to abolish ICE?
Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government.
Are they
There
going
no
to push
longer
for
any checks and
legislation
balances.
to
Congress is nowhere
dismantle
to be found. Speaker Johnson has
an
completely
agency that is
abdicated
younger than
responsibility.
Leonardo
The rule of
DiCaprio's
law
girlfriends?
has increasingly been given way to the rule of Don. The founding fathers, they didn't live and die to see this kind of moment. It's time for all of us to stand up. Justice Brandeis, he said it best. In a democracy, the most important office, with all due respect, Mr. President, is not the presidency, and it's certainly not governor. The most important office is office of citizen. At this moment,
Most important office
we all need to stand up and be held to account.
is me.
A higher level of accountability. If you exercise your First Amendment rights, please do it peacefully. I know many of you are feeling deep anxiety, stress, and fear, but I want you to know that you are the antidote to that fear and that anxiety.
Power is
what
with
Donald
the
Trump
people.
wants most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
Huzzah! On a different note, Queen, my beautiful queen, are we getting a streaming room vibe set up? Yes, I am. I'm working on some ideas with the people who did Will's streaming room. So it's coming along slowly. So just keep your expectations for this to be happening in the next on a short timeline. Keep that down, because I just always have so many things to do, and then I'm like, my stream room. You just moved in 30 seconds ago. It's okay. Thanks. Yeah, literally 30 seconds ago. Hi, Caroline. I bought Sydney Sweeney's soap. I got lucky. Oh. Let us know how it is. Let us know if you feel extra squeaky clean. Okay, so that was Gavin Newsom addressing us about the National Guard and the Marines and the cops. Oh wait, not the cops, because for some reason, Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom are not recognizing that the cops, the LAPD, are working with the National Guard. Where's that video? Oh God, there's so many videos. There's one clip I saw of, oh, you know what? I know who would have posted it. Hold on a second. People's Council. They have like everything. Okay, let's see. This fucking guy. Look at him. He's so ugly. He's so ugly.
That's okay. I'm gonna pop you right now.
Oh,
you're taking up my focus.
This guy thinks he's like living out his COD fantasies.
That's okay. I'm gonna pop you right now because you're taking up my focus.
I'm gonna pop you now because you're taking up my focus. This is not a National Guard or a Marine. This is an LAPD officer, Rick Linton. So when we talk about how the National Guard being in our city is also not making officers safe, that's interesting, because there are LAPD hogs who are doing this shit. This psycho shot me in the groin twice with 40 millimeter munitions because I asked him for his name, which was ripped off his helmet after he shot others in the groin at close range too. But you know what? If cops are out here doxing people, posting, searching for information so that they can make people who are attending these protests, put them on the radar, then that can happen to them too.
3 feet away, who's asking your badge number? What am I doing? Huh? Go ahead. What is it? I'm behind glass. What is your name and badge number? You work for us, bitch. What is your badge number?
His eyes are literally red and glowing. His eyes are red and glowing. This is a demon.
Behind glass. What is your badge number? What is your name and serial number?
Look at these demon eyes.
Why'd you rip the name off your helmet? One more time. What's your badge number? All right. Hey, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. What's your badge number? That's okay. I'm going to pop you right now because you're taking up my focus.
God. This is him. These are demon eyes. See these eyes? Those are the eyes of a demon. Rick Linton. Regular pay $145,000. Other pay, 10 grand. Health benefits, 25 grand. Total pay for 2024, $179,000. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. This all happened under the supervision of Commander Shannon Paulson and Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton, who you can see directing Linton during the shooting spree. Hamilton told me he can't hear me when I asked what Linton's name is. You can't hear me? No, I can't. Yeah. Also, ethnicity Hispanic. Yeah. Remember, putting on the uniform, wearing the badge means that you are now a part of the system that is used to keep the civilian population under control through the means of violence and force. So it does not, your identity, your ethnicity, etc., that no longer is who you are when you put on the uniform. You belong to the blue. You are the color of blue. Sanborn, thank you for the 3 months. Jenny, thank you for the 25 months. I love him being like, I can't hear what you're saying. No, you can't hear me? No, I can't. Oh, but you could hear me say, you can't hear me? Oh, okay. Alan Hamilton, Deputy Chief. Total pay in 2023, $500,000. Wow. You know what? I am going to join the LAPD. Forget getting to 10,000 subs. I'm just going to join now because this is way more than I make. Fuck it. I'm not even going to try to get to 10,000 subs. Officer Kwan, coming through. Paulson cost $450,000 in 2023 payroll and was honored that year by the ADL. Why are they always at the scene of the crime? For the art of law enforcement outreach. I'm sorry, the art. We're now calling law enforcement outreach part of the arts. The art of law enforcement outreach and engagement in support of public safety. Paulson is pictured here with Deputy Chief Al Labrada, found guilty last year of stalking an ex using Apple AirTags. God, what upstanding yes, the most moral officers. The city last year paid $1.5 million to a man that the LAPD shot in the groin with a 40 millimeter projectile in 2020, and both a state statute and federal injunction ban using these weapons in this way. But the LAPD will never stop doing whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, because guess what? These projectiles, they are dangerous. The LAPD will just shoot people point blank with these projectiles. Also, remember how yesterday I was talking about how they will still use the phrase non-lethal because it is a way to try and make people think that these are not dangerous. These are not dangerous weapons. And even though it's supposed to be less lethal, today I was listening to some news report. I think it was like ABC or whatever. And they were talking about them being non-lethal. So this is exactly what I'm talking about, where they use this language, even though it's supposed to be, they have to use the description less lethal, but they still use non-lethal. It's just a way to lie. Yeah. They have to legally call them less lethal over non-legal. Yes. But I was listening to this news report and they used the term non-lethal multiple times and then would be like, less lethal. The reporter was like, these non-lethal, less lethal. LAPD officer Rick Linton needs anger management issues. Disarm him first. Yo, where's the evidence that he shot you? Officers just walking around didn't see one round fired. It must be so nice to be a fucking idiot. It must be so nice to just be so stupid where you're like, ha, nope. Where's the evidence that he shot you? I don't know.
I'm asking you a question.
Right here. The thing that's captured on the camera.
That's okay. I'm gonna pop you right
And when he says, I'm gonna pop you right now.
now because you're taking up my focus.
Yeah. But no. Where's the evidence, bruh? Where's the evidence, bruh? That was like, oh my God. XQC's tweet today. Where people have pulled up a tweet from Black Lives Matter protests in 2020 where let me just see if I can find it. I think maybe Denham's posted it. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. It's a shame it even has to be stated, but of course, hashtag Black Lives Matter. We fucking love you. Keep fighting the good fight so everyone understands this. I want everyone to feel safe, respected, and have all the same opportunities to do great. The replies, and then this is XQC today, the replies on this really give good insight on how much fact-checking is being done on X these days. Most of the replies are saying, he changed, LMFAO. Literally not a single person even verified if the tweet was real. Cringe. Wait, the tweet is real? Ah ha 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 ha. So, yeah. Bro thought his own tweet was fake. Bro thought his own tweet was fake because he has changed so much in the last 5 years. And I said this yesterday, but I really do believe in a thing called Hassan derangement syndrome, where I think a lot of these big streamers that Hassan has gotten into beefs with, right? I think they base a lot of their opinions, the shit that they say, off of whatever is the opposite of what Hassan is saying. I really do think that's the case, because I know this isn't due to him actually being radicalized to the right. I don't think that is really the case. I do think there's a lot of people who have legitimately become more radicalized, but I think, well, it's brain rot for sure. I think it's brain rot, but I also think it's because so much now of like the Twitchverse involves streamers just creating drama content around other streamers. And because politics has gotten bigger on the platform, and now you have people like Asmongold who do politics every single day, but it's all revolving around their streamer beef. Yeah, I don't think he specifically leans any way politically. It's all drama to him, for sure. Like, I believe that is the case. Grifting forces you to refute reality. The more you argue for the right, the more you have to engage in telling lies. So it seems obvious why he's confused about his pre-grift opinion. Yeah, this was before the grift, the just obsession with drama as the main focus of content. Because I know that drama used to exist on the platform, right? But it was drama that didn't revolve around politics. Do you know what I mean by that? Where it was like, yeah, streamers would get into beefs with one another, but it did not revolve around politics. Like, who could have imagined a world where XQC would be doing a stream with Donald Trump in 2024? Asman literally was like, Hassan should protest, and then when he learned he did, he said he should get arrested. Right, because it's just it rots your brain even trying to understand this, to like make sense of it. But that's what this is, where it's not about any type of principles. It's not about any real ideological beliefs. It's like they had to keep going bigger and bigger and more insane and so on until now it's on global politics and human rights level things with IRL consequences. Yeah, I mean, it's sickening. It's really gross to see how streamers are using global politics, how they're using just like these very real movements against injustice, the many injustices that are occurring in this world, as like drama content that revolves around Hassan. And as I said yesterday, Hassan is just a guy. He is a streamer. He is one person. It is insane to make all your content now as a person who has not ever been interested in politics, who is not genuinely interested in making content that is analytical, that is commentating on politics because you have any interest in it, but that your content just revolves around this streamer because you guys all hate each other. So that's why I'm like, I just don't think you should waste that much time. I don't think you should waste that much time paying attention to these people, even though, yes, they have massive audiences. But if you're like sitting in an Asmongold stream to clip what he's saying, to then send it to whoever he's talking about, so then they react to it, and then that is something that then Asmongold can react to. Like, you just have to understand what's going on here, and it's a way to try and capture attention, and it's a drama economy, and it's gotten a lot nastier and a lot grosser because what's actually, because it's coming at the expense of these very real issues that a lot of these people don't even care about. It's just noise, very loud noise. Yeah. I mean, that's so funny that X would be like, this is obviously a fake tweet. It's like, dude, no, that's because you don't think you realize, I don't think you realize how much you have changed as a content creator in the last 5 years, bruh. Chatters who farm clip chimps, you're literally helping boost these shithead careers. Yeah, don't help them at all, Don't give them, don't assist them. Don't give them the thing that they want. They're huge creators. They don't need to chase numbers. It's so weird. No, see, you misunderstand. Big creators, there is no line of, I have finally reached the viewership that I want and now I'm good. It's always, how can I how can I keep getting more viewers? There's no ceiling. There is no, look at how big of a creator you are. Look at how much money you make. Is this not enough? No, they keep going bigger and bigger. And then it's whatever meta is popular at the moment. And for a while now, it has been utilizing politics, well, specifically leftist, left-leaning politics, as a way to create drama content. I always think about if I were to walk into a Chili's and be like, oh my God, did you guys see what XQC said about Hassan, saying about Asmongold, saying about Hassan? Did you guys see that? And everyone turns from their, appetizers, from their chocolate mountain dessert. They're like, huh? What fucking words are coming out of your mouth right now? They would be like, what the fuck? Yeah, try explaining that to the bus driver. I'm just trying to enjoy my Southwest egg rolls before I got to go to my night shift, okay? All right. Listen. I'm tired, and I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Okay, here is Karen Bass talking about the curfew.
Issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting. Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night, there were 23 businesses that were looted. And I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties. So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff.
Let me just state for the record, okay, state the obvious. No, I don't think it's cool if mom and pop small businesses get broken into, okay, when it hurts their livelihoods. No, I don't think that that's a good thing. But what Karen and a lot of these leaders and the media, etc., love to make the focus on is it's the same thing every time. They love to be like, the city is burning. Vandals everywhere. This is out of control. And that shifts the focus of the protests to this. And it also takes the responsibility off of those those in power who are deploying the National Guard, who are ballooning the police budgets, who are enabling this to happen, these violent responses to these mass protests. It enables them to happen in the first place.
Departments.
All the blame is on protesters or Trump, not the law enforcement they control. Yes, you'll notice that every time you hear Mayor Bass or Newsom, etc., they don't talk about the LAPD's involvement in this. They love to leave that party out of the picture.
From across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m.
And let me tell you what a curfew does, okay? A curfew in this situation is actually a gift to ICE and to all law enforcement agencies who are involved in these raids, because one of the main goals of the protests is to distract ICE is to distract these law enforcement agencies so that they can't go into Home Depot. They can't go into other businesses where migrants are looking for work. They can't go into people's homes, into their neighborhoods, because they are too, they're too busy focusing on the protests. Like that has been an effective strategy. And protesters on the ground are saying like, yeah, we know that if we're here, then they can't be there. If we are here to like block them, to distract them, I am somebody who I don't have to worry about my citizenship status. And so I will put my body on the line for someone who does. Because if you are undocumented right now, obviously you should stay away from these protests, okay? These are for those of us who have protected status to use that status to protect those who do not. And so a lot of undocumented are hiding in their homes. Their neighbors are bringing them food. They are scared to step foot outside because they don't know if they're going to be fucking black bagged and thrown into a white van. And that's it. Yeah, it forces them to deal with protesters instead of abducting people. Yes. And so when you enact a curfew, and in this case, the curfew is from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., well, guess what? They'll go at nighttime. They'll go in the middle of the night. They'll go into people's places of work. They'll go into they'll go into these communities.
I want to thank the governor for his partnership and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance, again, it will begin at 8 p.m.
Working tirelessly
tonight.
for who? Working tirelessly for who? Who are these law officers working tirelessly for?
And go until 6
God,
a.m.
she
tomorrow.
loves cops so much.
I will consult with elected leaders and law enforcement officials tomorrow on the continuation of the curfew, but we certainly expect for it to last for several days. The curfew area will be between the 5 freeway and to the 110 and the 10 freeway to where the 110 freeway and 5 freeway merge. You look at the map and you can see that the city of Los Angeles is a massive area, 502 square miles. The area of downtown where the curfew will take place is 1 square mile. I think it is important to point this out, not to minimize the vandalism and violence that has taken place there. It has been significant, but it is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile is not affecting the city. Some of the imagery of the protests and the violence gives the appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not. So everyone must abide by this curfew. Limited exceptions will apply for residents, people traveling to and from work, and credentialed media representatives.
Yeah, so a reminder that journalists, you cannot be cited for curfew violations while out reporting. Now, it's not to say that the cops will not fuck with you still, as we have seen already over the last couple of days, but per California code, if peace officers, I love how they're called peace officers. If peace officers as defined in Chapter 4.5 of Title 3 of Part 2 close the immediate area surrounding any emergency field command post or any other command post or established police line or rolling closure at a demonstration, march, protest, or rally where individuals are engaged in activity that is protected pursuant to the First Amendment of the United States Constitution or Article 1 of the California Constitution, the following requirements shall apply. Duly authorized representative of any news service, online news service, newspaper, or radio or television station or network may enter the closed areas described in this section. A peace officer or other law enforcement officer should not intentionally assault. Shall not intentionally. They'll be like, it was unintentional. We didn't mean to. We're not targeting them. We're not doing this with intent. It's an accident. Shall not intentionally assault, interfere with, or obstruct the duly authorized representative of any news service, online news service, newspaper, or radio or television station or network who is gathering, receiving, or processing information for communication to the public. Oh, you mean doing their jobs? Journalists doing their jobs. A duly authorized representative of any news service, online news service, representative of a radio, television station, or network that's in a closed area described in this section shall not be cited for the failure to disperse, a violation of a curfew, or a violation of paragraph 1, blah, 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 blah. If the duly authorized representative is detained by a peace officer or other law enforcement officer, that representative shall be permitted to contact a supervisory officer immediately for the purpose of challenging the detention, unless circumstances make it impossible to do so. You know what we need for Twitch? We need Twitch to have... We need Twitch to be considered an online news service. You know? So that Twitch streamers who are reporting on things, you know, who are out in the field capturing what's going on, that they will be considered authorized representatives of an online news service. You know? Twitch getting media credentials in that way. Because the thing is like, I've gotten media credentials for other events, like the event that I was at on Sunday. I was media credentialed. So this isn't something that's like, this isn't a wild suggestion. Twitch streamers who go to events where media are at will get media credentials for those events. So in the same regard, going to something like a protest, being able to be protected by, this specific code in the California Constitution, we should be able to have these protections. Have it be something that streamers can apply for and be credentialed for. Yeah, I mean, protected. Protected if you're Aaron Burnett. If you are Aaron Burnett of CNN, who will just straight up lie and say, protesters have been shooting these rounds, protesters are doing this, then you'll be protected. Like when the media's behind the cop line, you know, that's when you know the media will be protected.
What
Is it actually defined in the law what qualifies, or is it an interpretation thing? Do they lay out specific qualifications for what constitutes a news source, like a news service? I do not know. Here, this is what I was referencing.
These that I'm sorry, I'm just trying to do this and keep the microphone up before it gets really loud if they start firing again. These are what people in the crowd have been firing at the ground. Those cause some of the explosions.
What?
Like a phone.
That is just a bold-faced lie.
Thing. You can smell the explosive on it. That causes the police to immediately respond.
What?
This is manufacturing consent for police brutality. Straight up. Like, no questions about it.
And we've seen a lot of people fall. We actually, our shot was down for a couple minutes here because we were running a little bit out of breath. Just because...
Also, look at how close Erin is. She knows, okay? She's not getting to the scene afterwards and then making presumptions. She is intentionally lying, and she can see with her own two eyes. And we have, like, there's so much evidence. There's so much evidence that these rubber bullets are being fired by the police.
You have to get away from them. They just start running.
What are those?
Start firing a lot.
Wait, does anybody know what those are?
Yeah, and then there was an arrest back there that now I can't see. But when there was a protester that fell over and the police and the protester were
just insane. I mean,
that I'm sorry. I'm just trying to do this and keep the microphone up.
Yeah, just straight up lying. Taylor Loren said, I watched the LAPD shoot these directly at protesters and saw multiple protesters wounded by them. 0 protesters were shooting rubber bullets at the police. That you just witnessed is straight up propaganda, manufacturing consent for police violence towards protesters. That is lying to the public so that they believe the narrative that protesters are violent. If protesters were shooting the police, there'd be a full-out massacre happening right now. Yeah. Can you imagine if protesters were actually shooting the police? If you think the police have been violent now, which they have, do you know what that would look like? If they were straight up in the crowd just shooting cops. Cops probably told CNN, we won't shoot you if you lie about this. Yeah, or CNN just knows what their role in this is. Journalists showing how they are essential both to a functioning democracy and a functioning fascist state. Yeah, I mean, how many examples have we seen over the last 20 months of the mainstream media manufacturing consent for for the state, whether it is the state of Israel or the United States of America? They protect them. They help to control the narrative that is presented to the masses. Jake Tapper was out here retweeting Nazis today. Oh, that fucking guy. Like, what? Here, let me read this piece to you guys. This is a piece in Wired. What tear gas and rubber bullets do to the human body. And reminder that tear gas, that chemical warfare, is banned by the Geneva Convention. It is banned in the uses of war, but there is an exception. It is legal if it's being used by law enforcement. So that is why you see tear gas used much more, more and more than it used to be. And also how they get away with using tear gas, even though it is banned in war zones. Like, chemical warfare has been illegally outlawed with this exception. So-called less lethal weapons like those that have been used against demonstrators in LA can cause severe lasting harm like nerve or brain damage or blindness. They can also kill. As protesters in LA clashed with law enforcement this weekend over the Trump administration's immigration raids, police employed military-style tactics. Look, I know we all get it, but people need to stop for a second if they don't get it. Do you think that this is normal? And do you think that this is good? That every time there is dissent in this country, now, these days, every time there's dissent, every time there's a protest, unless it's like MAGA hogs insurrecting on the Capitol. But every time you have people exercising their, amendment rights, the police come in and use military-style tactics to gas and beat and just physically harm civilians. That is not good. That is not something that we should just be allowing as this normal thing. And remember that it wasn't always this case, okay? Things have definitely, the way that the police have become more and more militarized, how openly they deploy these military-style tactics, this has become more and more common. To maim and torture and kill protesters. Legit, thank you for the gifted. These include tear gas, flash grenades, and pepper spray projectiles on demonstrators. In one instance, Lauren Tomasi, a reporter with Australia's 9 News, was shot with a rubber bullet fired by law enforcement during a live broadcast. Though not explicitly designed to kill, these so-called less lethal weapons can cause serious health effects, and in some cases lasting harm. Also, children suffer especially from chemical warfare because their lungs are smaller, they are not as strong, and when it comes to like who is most likely to die in the case of inhaling these toxic chemicals, children are very high up on that list. So the police just willy-nilly spraying this shit into large crowds is fucking psychotic. The use of these weapons can result in respiratory problems, head injuries, and even death. Think about now how when people go to protest, they have gas masks. They have like all of this equipment and these tools to protect themselves from these from these gases and these grenades and these other weapons, these military weapons that the police are using. That used to not be the case, okay? Protest, yes, has existed in this country for a long time. We frequently, harken back to the protests of the 60s. But as far as how the police have changed and how their tactics that they wield against protesters have changed, it has gotten worse and worse because of this heavy militarization. But Caroline the Shitlips told me that Mexican flags being present is problematic. Have you considered that? Have you considered that in the city of Los Angeles, that there are Mexican flags, which is insane to have Mexican flags in Los Angeles, California? In the United States, police force of all types result in 75,000 non-fatal injuries requiring hospital treatment and 600 to 1,100 deaths every year. That is fucking insane, and that should not be normal. That should never be normalized. Tens of thousands of injuries and deaths because of these weapons of war. I mean, ironically, some of these weapons of war being outlawed in cases of war. The types of health effects and injuries can vary depending on the weapon being used. Tear gas and pepper spray, types of chemical irritants, can cause tearing, pain, and burning of the eyes, skin irritation, sore throat, sneezing, coughing, and vomiting. Tear gas usually refers to 2-chlorobenzylmalononitrile. Jesus Christ. Can I get the definition, please? Can you use that in a sentence, please? Yes, the cops used 2-chlorobenzylmalononitrile on the crowd of protesters. Or chloroacetophenone, agent CN, which work by activating pain receptors in the eyes, nose, mouth, and lungs. Pepper spray is highly concentrated pepper oil, oleoresin, capsicum, agent OC, which produces a powerful burning sensation. The short-term effects are immediate and severe, said Diane Kaleo, executive and medical director of the New Jersey Poison Center and a professor at Rutgers, New Jersey Medical School. In some cases, people can experience respiratory distress, difficulty breathing, and asthma-like symptoms. Long-term effects are less common but can include asthma, wheezing, loss of vision, and even nerve or brain damage. These problems can occur if people are exposed to a large amount of these chemicals or they are sprayed in a closed space. People who smoke or have existing respiratory asthma are at higher risk of developing health problems from exposure to these chemicals, as are children. Because these agents are heavier than air, they linger close to the ground, meaning children can be exposed to higher levels. A 2014 study by the U.S. military also found that exposure to tear gas and pepper spray make people vulnerable to respiratory infections in the week following exposure compared with the week before exposure. Army recruits exposed to CS tear gas just once during basic training had a much higher likelihood of developing respiratory illnesses such as influenza, pneumonia, or bronchitis. Just once. That is insane. Exposure one time greatly increases your likelihood of developing respiratory illnesses. That study and others led the American Thoracic Society in 2020 to call for a moratorium on the use of tear gas and other chemical agents during racial justice protests. One worry was that their use could increase the chances of getting sick with COVID-19. The science used to justify the use of tear gas is outdated, said Sven Erik Jord, an associate professor of anesthesiology, pharmacology, and cancer biology at Duke University School of Medicine. He helped to author the American Thoracic Society recommendations. Much of the research into the health effects of exposure to tear gas and other chemical agents is based on military research that was conducted in the 50s, 60s, and 70s on young, healthy men. He says those studies do not address the potential health effects on a broader civilian population. You mean we're not all young, healthy men? What? They also don't take into account more advanced launching technologies developed in recent years that allow for the deployment of much higher amounts of tear gas over longer distances. In some cases, the effects of these agents are not due to the chemicals themselves. People can be injured when in contact with the canisters used to disperse the gas. This can include blunt trauma or burn injuries. In Los Angeles, federal agents reportedly fired hard plastic pepper balls, also known as pepper spray projectiles, at protesters. Injuries can also occur from blunt-tipped rubber bullets. Their name is a bit misleading, says Rohini Har, an emergency physician and medical advisor at Physicians for Human Rights, considering many rubber bullets are actually made of hard plastic or foam, and some even have a metal core. Yeah, this ain't no Nerf gun, okay? This ain't no Nerf gun. But because the name is in the name rubber bullet, I think people conjure up this picture of like something that feels the equivalent of a Nerf gun, and no. People have lost eyes. They have died. Like, these can fuck you up. I just saw a vid where they shot a woman walking to her apartment. Well, cops do love to shoot people in the back. That is insane. They're not less lethal if they are used lethally. Yes, this is such an important thing to understand. They are not less lethal if they are used lethally. There are many, many instances of them causing death, and there's also a lot of trauma that can be caused even if they don't penetrate the skin. The biggest concern comes if these projectiles hit the neck or face, especially the eyes. And we know that the cops are not shooting at the ground. They are not shooting at people's feet. They are shooting people in the face. There have been cases of rubber bullets causing blindness, traumatic brain injury, and disfigurement, and less seriously, broken bones in other areas of the body. A 2017 study by Har and her colleagues found that around 3% of people hit by rubber bullets died from the resulting injury, while 15% of the almost 2,000 people studied were permanently injured. These should have no place in a protest, and yet every time now that these protests occur, these weapons are to be found. A 2020 analysis released by Physicians for Human Rights and co-authored by Har found that at least 115 people suffered head injuries when law enforcement officers shot them with rubber and plastic bullets during the first 2 months of U.S. protests in response to the police killing of George Floyd. Do you see the media covering these? Do you understand why, when we are talking about how this is violence, a Waymo car being set on fire, who gives a fuck, when like this is what is happening?
I can drink a movie night now.
This is what is happening every time that people go out to protest. Oh, the violence of these protesters. Yeah, but that Waymo had a family. Wait, what was the tweet? ChatGPT, can Waymo feel pain? Can Waymo feel pain? This is why a lot of people don't give a fuck about these Waymos being on fire. One, because look at all of these instances of families being ripped apart by ICE officers. Look at that violence. Look at the violence within these detainment, that is found within these detainment places where there is so much abuse. There is such a violation of human rights. They are, there are investigations, tons of investigations into these detainment centers, and they are ripe with human abuse, human rights violations. And then look at the violence that is enacted upon protesters. Always. In 2020, the American Academy of Ophthalmology called on domestic law enforcement officials to end the use of rubber bullets and similar projectiles to control or disperse crowds of protesters. If you are exposed to tear gas or pepper spray, experts recommend getting away as quickly as possible, finding higher ground, and covering your mouth and nose. When it's possible, remove contaminated clothing, wash with copious amounts of soap and water. If experiencing severe symptoms, seek medical attention immediately. If you plan to attend a protest, consider wearing closed-toe shoes and long sleeves. Eye protection and N95 face mask can also help lessen exposure. All right. Makes no difference who you are. And everyday people. Okay, let's watch. Protests against ICE raids are spreading across the country. Oh, look who it is. This fucking liar. Aaron Burnett. You know what? If we lived in a just world, Aaron Burnett would never be on television ever again. She would be kicked out of journalism. She would never get to appear on a television again because she is a blatant liar.
A decision any minute regarding a curfew here in Los Angeles, which would take effect.
She's the one who called
tonight,
Mexican flags Mexican American last night.
So as we anticipate that decision coming any moment, clear that the mayor of Los Angeles supports it. We've got live pictures of protesters in New York and Chicago filling the streets. In fact, new video just into out front of a car in Chicago moving through a protest. It appeared to push a few sign holders there in the protest in Chicago before then speeding away. So unclear exactly what we were seeing there. Also, large protests underway in New York City, protesting Trump's deportations and the use of ICE officers with those ICE raids. Shimon Prokupez is out front in New York City. Whitney Wild is out front in Chicago. I want to begin, though, with you, Shimon, in New York. And what are you seeing there?
Aaron, one of the largest protests.
Bro, even fucking Lacey, FaZe Lacey, was saying on stream how he doesn't support mass deportations. Because I think something to keep in mind is like, okay, yes, the country has shifted right as far as our overall views on immigration. But I think what it comes down to is a lot of people recognize that the U.S. system of immigration is broken, because it is. Like, it needs to be completely overhauled. But that is not in the form of this, which is targeting children at elementary schools, taking 18-month-old babies from their mothers, sending people off to El Salvador to rot in one of the most notoriously brutal prisons there. Like, that is not the solution. The solution needs to come in the form of fixing a system that treats human beings with dignity as they seek to relocate to this country. It should make the seeking of asylum, which is a legal right that they have, make that, way, way, way less difficult, less expensive, because our system now makes it so hard for people to come to this country and attain citizen status. So the fact that like a lot of people are responding negatively to ICE, I think it should show you that it's the conversation around immigration is much more nuanced than I think we recognize. Where, yeah, a lot of people in this country have been swept up by the fear-mongering and the scapegoating of immigrants. But you'll also hear from like MAGA people. They'll say stuff like, well, I want to deport the criminals. If you're coming here and if you're doing murder, then no, you shouldn't get to be here. But I'm not okay with like ripping families apart. I'm not okay with like this type of deportation process. Immigration is very complex and misunderstood. Yes. And I think mass deportation in the way that Trump is doing it will hopefully be turning more people away from this belief that like mass deportation is good, because it's not good for many reasons, and get them to approach it in a more nuanced way where no, get rid of the signs that are saying, deport them all, because you're seeing the effects of that type of rhetoric and that type of power.
This city has seen in quite some time. This protest has stretched for blocks from each side of the avenues, from 6th Avenue. We're now on Hudson Street, and we've been going for about nearly 2 hours. And you can see people are holding signs saying ICE out of New York City.
Do you know how much it costs to deploy the National Guard troops that Donald Trump sent to LA? It cost $130 million. Those are the types of numbers that need to be spread far and wide. Do you think that like some average Joe living in one of the more rural areas of California, like finding out that $130 million, which is taxpayer money, is being spent to send troops to Los Angeles to beat the shit out of people who are protesting ICE in their communities?
We've seen flags of Mexico. We've seen
the answer is no.
Palestinian flag, and really just a convergence of different issues and different concerns that people here in New York City have. Also, they all first gathered at around 5 o'clock Eastern here at Foley Square, which is right outside the federal building and ICE offices. And they then marched for about several blocks, and then they veered off onto another street, Varick Street, where there are more ICE offices and the immigration courts. And they stood there for several minutes chanting and getting together. And all of the traffic in the area was completely shut down. And it was the first time that we had seen the NYPD start to mobilize, start to gather to try and figure out how to get the street back open. But the demonstrators here left, and this is where we are now on Hudson Street. We are now marching towards a park where they plan on stopping, and we'll see if that continues. But what is so significant here, Aaron, certainly I've covered a lot of protests here the last several years. This is one of the largest demonstrations certainly that we've had here in New York City. As for the NYPD, they are letting them. They are allowing them to take over the streets, to march. Of course, the goal is to have them essentially tire out and then stop. But we're not seeing any kind of show of force. We're not even seeing NYPD in the middle of the crowd. Most of them, when they do appear, they're on the outside of the group, and they're just allowing them to...
Why is Karen Bass enacting a curfew? Because she exists to protect property, and also she is allowing law enforcement to do, as Karen Bass says, their jobs, which is also to protect property. And the effect of this will be that the communities of which Karen Bass has said she is here to protect, that they will suffer because one big goal of the protests, and we've seen that accomplished already, is to make it more difficult for these agencies to take people. Because when they are distracted and when the focus is on these protests and they are being disruptive, then they can't as easily go in and kidnap people.
Continue now to march, and they've been going
Failed
for
debutante,
well
thank you for
over
24 months.
2 hours
Artifacts,
now,
thank you for 21.
All right, Shimon, thank you very much. Going to be covering this from New York tonight. And let's go to Chicago, where Whitney Wild has been covering the protest there. Whitney, we saw that video of the car just moments ago, but what are you seeing where you are right now?
Well, we're here at the Federal Plaza. This is right outside the federal courthouse here in downtown Chicago. This is a really common place where people...
Am I still a lib? Yeah, I'm a lib. Lady in black.
Protest. It's quiet at the moment, Aaron, but this is where that very large protest had stepped off. That was around 5:30. They made their way down the most iconic location in Chicago,
69.
Magnificent Mile, right down Michigan Avenue. And Aaron, if you can see from those aerial video, that really gives you a sense of the scale here, because this protest was massive. It took up, the entire side of Michigan Avenue.
Wow,
it also
Jesus
started
Christ.
to sort of edge into oncoming traffic the other way. What we're told by people who are at the very center of organizing this is that that crowd is about to come back to Federal Plaza, where they will continue this protest. But as you had mentioned, this has been a peaceful protest. The major incident here was that car that appeared to clip a few protesters. That was at Wabash and Monroe. So we're going to continue to try to figure out what happened there, if that driver was...
I think something to bear in mind is, so there's this, always the conversation revolves around peaceful protests versus non-peaceful protests. And I think something to keep in mind is, when a peaceful protest becomes effective, like when it actually starts to work, it will then be labeled as not peaceful. Now, don't stand in road, don't get hit. Thank you. Thank you for your service. You know what? Wow, it's that simple. Don't stand in road, don't get hit. Where are the protests? Where are the protests for the cars? Where are the driver rights? Your right as a driver to just run people over when they're in your way. Where is that protest? Yeah. We could use that logic for a lot of things. Don't be an immigrant. Don't get kidnapped. There you go. Don't be a Waymo. Don't get burned. Think people whitewash the civil rights movement? Oh, absolutely. And think MLK only made change because of peaceful protests when non-peaceful protests also played a huge role. Yeah, and towards the end of his life, he also walked back. His kind of adamancy on non-violence is the only way. And then guess what? He was murdered. He was killed. He died. But anyway, so there is a lot of emphasis that gets put on the aspect of these protests being peaceful, which I understand, right? And I do think that it is always important to be like, look at who is actually doing the violence here. Look at who is instigating the violence. But I think it's also key to remember that when peaceful protests start to actually do something, then those in the media, those in the political class, they will quickly change their tune on referring to these as peaceful.
Arrested, what the intention for that driver was, Aaron. A lot of open questions here, but for the most part, despite the scale here, and it is a noisy protest, there have been no major incidents aside from that car that appeared to have driven, into or near that protest, Aaron.
Whitney Wild, thank you very much in Chicago. And we'll be back here with the breaking news here in L.A., watching the protests here and the possibility of the breaking news of a curfew any moment. We'll be right back. We're looking at these live images here out of Los Angeles, pictures of the fifth day of protests, various street intersections here throughout downtown L.A. over the
God, I don't even want to listen to this lion bee.
You're seeing groups of protesters and police. We've seen tactical units. We are awaiting news on whether there's a curfew. But President Trump just moments ago making it clear how long that he intends to keep the military in Los Angeles.
If there's peace, we get out. If there's even a chance of no peace, we stay there until there's peace.
This comes as Trump made it clear to...
Is this all you do? You just talk about protests in other cities? Why aren't you sacrificing your body to the road rager in downtown Chicago week? You know what? Yeah, so true. Chicago is where I'm from. Why was I not there getting mowed down by that car? What am I even doing? I'm fake. I'm performative as fuck. I should be in my hometown of Chicago getting run over like 10 times, just back and forth. Just back and forth.
Today, his intention to use the military for political purposes. Tom Foreman is out front.
Thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines have been called to Los Angeles by President Trump, who insists only military muscle can contain the trouble.
If we didn't send out the National Guard,
this is the
and
war.
Last time we gave them a little additional help, Los Angeles would be burning right now.
But local officials say...
Hold on. So, Los Angeles would be burning if you didn't send the troops. But because you sent the troops, then became things that were set on fire. Now, to be clear, Los Angeles is not burning. Either way, Los Angeles is not burning. But I love this logic of this thing would have happened if we hadn't done this, rather than this thing happened because we did this. Interesting cause and effect switcheroo.
Police were already dealing with sporadic violence around the largely peaceful protest, which they say were spurred by the White House's desperate...
Also, I'm not kidding you. I said this earlier. Because they keep
Anyone
focusing
know when
on...
the checks from George Soros are gonna arrive?
Because they keep focusing on, like, the Waymos being set on fire and graffiti on buildings. I have had so many people text me to be like, hey, is everything okay? Is Los Angeles burning? Are you safe? Just checking in. And I want to respond and be like, no, I'm dead. But this is what always happens is like, this is the shit that the media just obsesses over. They cannot get enough of. And they make it sound that the city has fallen into chaos.
And
can't talk, covered in graffiti. Call you back when I've removed it. My parents had CNN on last night. I had to tell them that the coverage was fake as fuck. Yeah, it's like, I think people whose parents are conservative, and watch Fox News, I think they are always aware of like, oh my God, my parents are just nonstop consuming bullshit. But a lot of lib parents out there who are watching CNN, MSNBC, and are falling for this propaganda are like, oh my God, the cities are burning. It's out of control. There's chaos everywhere. There's fucking people on TikTok and Twitter running the line of, well, America's like your home. How would you feel if someone came into your home and vandalized it and stole stuff? Wait, what? America is like your home. How would you feel if someone came into your home and vandalized it and stole stuff? You mean how America was founded? Wait, what are we talking about? You mean like ICE abducting people? What is that argument? What? Can you imagine people coming into America and stealing stuff? Yeah, don't look up the founding of this country. Don't look up who we stole from.
Clumsy quest to increase deportations.
People have asked me, what are the Marines going to do when they get here? That's a good question. I have no idea.
It underscores Trump's long-standing interest in using the U.S. military even against Americans. For example, when Black Lives Matter protesters rose up in 2020, Trump reportedly considered deploying troops and asked his then defense secretary, can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something? Trump denies such tales, but just last fall when asked...
Trump denies such tales, but we know them to be true.
...about potential election unrest, he said...
We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
He has stretched norms by sending thousands of troops to America's southern border, by planning a massive parade of military force, and by ignoring former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, who said standing beside Trump for a photo...
you know what? You know what we need? We need motherfucking tanks. Just bring out the tanks, roll them through. Hell yeah, that's going to make people feel safe. You know, it's like this psychological effect of when you have a highly militarized police presence, it doesn't make people feel more safe. It makes people feel unsafe. And I think a lot of people are responding to that. I've seen a lot of normies, a lot of streamers who don't do politics, who are responding to that. Also, who are themselves from, families that immigrated here. Like, this is an issue that's personal for a lot of people. But just to say that, like, you walk out your door and you see a fucking tank rolling down the street. You see a line of troops dressed head to toe like they just stepped out of COD. You do not feel safe. You're not like, yeah, this is awesome. Love to see this on my way to the grocery store.
Up against the backdrop of the Black Lives Matter protest was a mistake.
That's fundamental to the health of this republic. You never want the military in actual politics.
To be sure, there are a few rarely used ways a president can call troops to enforce domestic law, including the Insurrection Act, aimed at stopping uprisings against government authority. But Trump did not cite that and send help when his followers attacked the U.S. Capitol in 2021, trying to overturn the election he lost. Instead,
because that was making America great again. Okay, they had to do that. They had to storm the Capitol, chant about hanging Mike Pence, make threats towards many members of Congress, take a shit on, take a shit in the front halls, like all the things that they did. They had to do that because they had to save this country. And so there's no problem there. That's not a thing that we should be talking about in terms of it being an incredibly violent act, because these were red-blooded Americans protecting their country. You know, you want to talk about an invasion? It's like, look at these fucking freaks coming from Beverly Hills into Washington, D.C. to the Capitol. Like a hairdresser from Beverly Hills hoisting a MAGA flag, scaling the walls.
Pardoned all those protesters on his first day back in office. Still, in Los Angeles, where the protesters oppose him, Trump is keeping that card on the table.
TBH, that shit is like low-key impressive. I'd never have the cojones to just whip down my pants bare ass shit out in the open. Like, I'd be so shit shy. It's because you're not a real American.
And I would certainly invoke it. We'll see.
The last time the Insurrection Act was invoked was in the 1992 LA riots. I was there, and I will assure you they were much bigger, much broader spread, and much more violent than probably all of the unrest we see right now. Bottom line is, when it was imposed then, it was with the agreement of the president, the governor, and the mayor, all acting together.
Yeah, so the 1992 Los Angeles riots, which is, of course, one of the instigating events was the murder of Rodney King. Or sorry, not the murder of Rodney King. The arrest and violent beating of Rodney King. He was, so the year prior, Rodney King was arrested. He was driving drunk, and the officers who arrested him beat the shit out of him, and it was recorded. The incident ended up making its way around global media, and it caused an uproar, of course. So that was not the only reason, but that was a cause for the 1992 Los Angeles riots.
Together, Aaron.
Yeah, something we are not.
Yes, and the cops who did it were acquitted.
At all right now. Tom Foreman, thanks so very much to you. We'll be here through the night reporting. We'll see that curfew is announced in just a few moments. And in the meantime, thanks for watching.
Okay, let's look at chaos and cruelty. I think
Only are U.S. police killing.
I think I want to watch this video. Okay, before I get to that. This is a CNN woman who lied about the yeah, we covered that. Yeah, she's a Weasley little liar, dude. Okay, before we get to the second thought video, is the U.S. a police state?
Disturbing visit.
Let's look at
Several
this.
federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security showed up at 2 elementary schools this week demanding to talk to students. What happened next has Superintendent Alberto Carvalho praising school workers and demanding answers. Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay explains.
What interest should a Homeland Security agent have in a first grader?
On Monday, multiple
Yeah, fucking creeps. Why are these Homeland agents trying to talk to kids? Fucking pervs.
Homeland Security agents showed up at 2 elementary schools in Los Angeles, according to LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. These agents were stopped, questioned, and turned away by principals at Lillian Elementary and Russell Elementary Schools, both in the Florence Graham neighborhood.
They wanted access to the students to determine their well-being, based on, according to the agents, the fact that when they entered this country, they entered as unaccompanied minors. It is well known that these students are under the care of relatives.
According to Carvalho, the agents claimed they were not part of immigration and customs enforcement.
They conveyed to both.
Yeah, Okay, so again, this is the kind of stuff that I do believe your average person goes, what the hell? I didn't mean that when I was talking about how we have an immigration problem and we need to do something about it. Like, I do believe that in the heart of the average person, this is not something that they're like hoorahing over. That they don't want these ICE officers, these homeland agents, to go into an elementary school to terrorize a child. And so that's why I think like, I think the conversation around immigration, which has just become so black and white, it's like, oh yeah, we're just, got to deport them all. They're all criminals, etc. I think it's important to just try and appeal to, yeah, and maybe this is a day that I'm being like naively positive. Some days I'm very cynical. Some days I'm like, look, I believe that people can, that people can treat something like immigration with more nuance than has been a part of the political conversation, where, okay, someone's screaming about law and order. Is this what you consider to be law and order? Like, are you as an American happy to see that this is most of what these officials are doing as they set about to fulfill Donald Trump's promises to mass deport all these criminals? Is this, which is really most of what they're doing here, is like terrorizing children and families and just everyday folks who either are trying to seek asylum, who are, facing the many obstacles that exist in this country in obtaining protected status. My parents are very conservative and Mormon and usually get mad at anything political talked about in the house that goes against this. This last week, my mom has constantly been talking about how bad and wrong what they are doing are. I have some hope. Yeah, and I think you go, okay, question. Do you think that this little girl should have no ability to stay in this country? Like, do you just not want a single person from any country to come to the U.S.? You just want to completely close down. That's it. That's all. No one's coming in. And people, like your average person will go, no, but they need to come here legally. It's like, okay. And then you lay out how broken the legal pathways to citizenship are. All right, here we go. Already someone in chat saying, no, you come in the right way like every other country. What do you mean every other country? Do you mean like South America, not South America, South African white people who are fleeing genocide who Donald Trump like personally brought over? Anyway. Okay, so you come in the right way like every other country, whatever the fuck that means. Like every other safe, clean country, whatever the fuck that means. Now, do you think that these people are not trying to do that? That they are not trying to seek asylum, that they are not trying to apply for citizenship? Because guess what? It is not easy, and it has only gotten harder. They are arresting people who are showing up to their asylum appointments. What are they supposed to do? They're showing up to their appointments and they're being whisked away by ICE. They don't even have a chance. Donald Trump also wants to get rid of like birthright protections. So people who came over here were undocumented and then obtained documentation, having children here who are born U.S. citizens. He wants to get rid of that. Do you like that? They are making it harder for people. They have made it so hard for people to pursue legal pathways. In 1986, Reagan granted amnesty to anyone who entered the country before 1982. Anyone thinks they're so much harder now. Like, Reagan was better on this. And I think a lot of people have to be reminded that, like, you have the legal right to seek asylum. But people like Trump, have made it increasingly more difficult. They have taken that right away.
Principles that the parents or the legal guardians in charge of these children have provided them authorization for access to these kids in school. That is absolutely, blatantly untrue.
These agents asked specific questions about students ranging from 1st to 6th grade. The superintendent says they arrived in unmarked.
Like, seriously, talk to somebody who is or previously was undocumented. Ask them what it was like, what it's been like trying to make their way through the immigration system. How many years it takes, the massive waiting periods for those who do qualify. There are such few avenues to legally immigrate, and those have gotten harder and harder. It is so challenging to find a path. So when you say, well, just come over here like everyone else does, what are you talking about? You are basing this on an assumption that it is easy to legally immigrate to the United States, and it is not. Fewer than 1% of people today who want to move permanently to the United States can do so legally. Fewer than 1%. It's like the Prohibition era where they outlawed alcohol, but they're doing it towards human beings. It took my friend 17 years to get his, despite him getting a master's degree in the process, still no citizenship. Yeah. And DACA was a significant piece of legislation that was passed in the Obama era, and that only happened because he faced pressure from undocumented young people who were like, please help us. We want to vote for you. Please help us. And DACA was still not, it was better. It was something, but it did not guarantee citizenship. Like, it was still something that you had to every 4 or 5 years, you had to reapply for Dreamer status. So I think just like, I don't know, man, if you have this mentality that, okay, yeah, I'm fine with people coming here, but they gotta come here legally. Talk to people who've tried, who've been doing this for years. There is not a single person, unless you are, again, a white person from South Africa or like Ukrainian, if you are white and from from affluence, then it's a lot easier. But for most people who are seeking to immigrate to the United States, it is impossibly difficult. And when I say it's easier for people who are like the demographic that racists want in this country, it's still not like easy. Still took my white parents 10 years, mind you. Right. It's a cop-out. It's an easy way to actually be against immigration while saying you support it, knowing full well it's hard as fuck. But that's what I mean. Like, you got to ask people these questions, okay? And today I am feeling... today I feel that there's a hope in getting people to be more humane, right? To approach this with more nuance and more understanding, where you say, yes, our immigration system is broken. Yes, we need to make some serious reforms. But this is not the way. Fixing our immigration system is not making it harder for people to come here legally. There were a good 40 to 50 of us in downtown Davenport. Let's fucking go. Protesting against ICE this evening. Love it.
Vehicles and wore casual clothing.
When the principals attempted to write down details about their IDs, they quickly hid their IDs.
All parents from these schools were notified about these incidents. Ahead of the November election, LAUSD staff were trained in protocols to protect students from federal agents showing up at schools.
We wonder if this may happen at more schools, if they simply will ram through. So we are having to really lean on the principals, the workers, the teachers, the clerical workers.
It's like, do we want to live in a country where kids are being ripped out of elementary schools by adult bullies? No. America destabilized a lot of the countries. Yes, this is true. Calling them criminals for trying to survive here ignores both history and basic humanity. Yeah, to me, that's like the next step, you know? That's the next step in getting people to understand, like, why we actually have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to these human beings because they're humans, but also because we fucked their countries up. But I think if you just start off and you go, look, we all agree that immigration system is fucked up, but I think we also agree that we want people to be able to obtain legal status. And so we agree then that we should make it easier, that we should not make it harder, that we should treat people with compassion as they are, as they are attempting to do so. That we're not going to like rip them away in the middle of the night, throw them into a detention center where they don't get food, they don't get water, they have no idea where their children are, they're being tortured. This is abuse. And all because they were trying to have a better life here. Unfortunately, my father's new wife in the Philippines spent years getting citizenship, and she's strongly against immigration reform, even though it means she can't have most of her children visit here. Yikes. Yeah, that's a tough case. That's one of those where you go, bro, you fucking know how hard it was to get citizenship. But I think it's you know what I think that is, though? I do think that is fear. I think it's fear. And I also think it's, well, I had to go through this. It was so hard for me. So I'm not going to, like, why should you get any help? Why should you? And probably also has been swept up in like this bullshit, these bullshit lies that immigrants are getting all this money from the government and yada yada. She's like, where was mine? I had to do this and it was so hard pulling up. Yeah. Classic pulling up the ladder. Yeah. And that's a tough thing that's a tough mindset to break. I'm one of the good ones. Permission to yeet the chatter you were talking to earlier. Who is the chatter? Name them. Let me see. Let me pick them out. Dan 30. Okay, bro. Illegal people with no documentation can kill, steal, and whatever. We have no documentation of them. It's illegal. Why don't we focus on making their countries nice? Do you know what racism even means? You know what, Dan? As an Asian woman who grew up in a predominantly white neighborhood, I don't know what racism means. You're so correct on that. I was totally accepted and experienced no racism whatsoever. None at all. It was the kids and adults around me treated me totally normally, even though I was the only Asian person they knew because everyone else was fucking white. But yeah, it was... My experience in this country has been one that's devoid of racism. So, Dan, you know, you're not listening to me. They were calling me racist, that's why. Well, look. When you say things like, you come in the right way, like every other country, like every other safe, clean country, what you're doing is, first of all, treating all of these undocumented migrants who are being targeted by ICE like they're all coming from the same country. They're not. I think what you're probably doing is what? Referring to Mexico, maybe? I think you're generalizing and saying they're all coming from Mexico. And so you're saying that Mexico is not a safe, clean country, which, I don't know, man. A lot of white people in my school love to do spring break there. White people love to do senior spring break in Mexico, even though it's not a safe, clean country. Yeah, so this language you're using, even though you don't seem to recognize it, this is racist language. What are the good countries? What are the safe, clean countries that you're referring to? Do you not understand the long history of bias within our immigration system? Once upon a time, the Chinese Exclusion Act. Chinese people were banned from coming into this country after they built the fucking railroads. By and large, people from China were banned from coming into the U.S. Okay? There have been many, many acts of legislation targeting ethnic groups throughout the last 200 years to prevent them from coming to this country. Because of racism, because of bias that exists within our immigration system. Okay, look, I love you guys. I'll be in Japan in a few months. All I'm saying is the UK are having the same problem. Can't have these dirty people of color coming into these sacred white countries. Have a good stream. My first time here. Have a good night. Well, you know what? You enjoy Japan. Enjoy Japan. Have a great time. Isn't it funny how you, not being from Japan, can go over there, right? Imagine if you wanted to move to Japan. Wouldn't you want to do that? If Japan is so great, if it's better than where you're from? All right, anyway. Anywho. Okay, what were we doing? We were looking at... we were going to watch this. Is the U.S. a police state? Yeah, he wouldn't be able to because they have strict immigration. No, he'd probably be like, yeah, see, this is what we should do. This is what we should do in America. All right, we should all be homogenized. America, a country that was built on the backs of immigrants, whether they came here or they were taken. They were enslaved. That's the crazy thing. It's like people who love to act as if they are from here and others are not. Your family came here. Your family, unless you are indigenous, truly, unless you are native, you fucking, your great-granddaddy, great-great-granddaddy came over here on a fucking ship. And there were people already living here.
Second Thought is a 100% viewer-funded operation. If you'd like to help support the channel and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Protest against the war in Gaza. Arrests in New York City. Students clash.
Sorry, is that loud enough?
Is that loud enough for ya? With police.
Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling has a direct message to those that plan to protest.
Peaceful protest does not necessarily mean that someone is exercising their First Amendment rights. First Amendment protection is only there if you're not committing a crime. And you can be acting out peacefully, but still breaking the law.
If you are doing civil disobedience, we will kill you.
So if you block a roadway or you block a venue or you're on private property and you refuse to leave, those are crimes.
This is not a tent city, this is New York City. It's our city. And if you're thinking about doing something like this.
Yeah, so this is what I meant by, right? When you're actually doing protest, that then is effective, okay? If you occupy a hall at a university, if you're blocking a roadway, that is disruptive. You are not being violent. You're not like, waving your gun in the air, but that has to force the powers that be to do something because of the disobedience, because of the disruption. And so the second that peaceful protest becomes effective, then they'll be like, oh, nope. Violence. Nope. We're shutting this shit down. Because they know that that actually can lead to outcomes.
Take a look around. See how fast we cleared it out. This could be you.
Ready. What you've just heard are two audio clips from the last month or so. The first one's from Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling. In it, he's talking to reporters ahead of the DNC and spelling out in no uncertain terms his plan for protesters who break the law. The second one is from Tariq Shepard, Deputy Commissioner of Public Information for the NYPD. And in that clip, Shepard is standing on the west lawn of Columbia's campus, where the school's second Gaza Solidarity encampment was set up, on the night that hundreds of cops were invited for the second time by the university's president to violently crack down on pro-Palestine protesters after they occupied a school building. If you've been on Twitter,
you want to know why they did that? Because they are protecting their interests. So they know that the students occupying the building, that is disruptive, that they have to do this or they're going to have to take another course of action, which would be meeting the protesters' demands. And so they bring in the cops. They're like, fuck. Well, they're being disruptive here. And the term disruptive has this negative connotation to it where it depends on the context, right? Where being disruptive in the form of a protest against genocide, that's a good thing. But in the eyes of the state, in the eyes of power, disruptive is bad because disruptive is disrupting what is the status quo, and it is forcing their, it's basically like, okay, we're playing our cards here, and we are challenging you in a way that you're going to have to do something. Yeah, they want it to just be business as usual.
Last few months, you've maybe seen or heard one of these clips before. But outside of a few angry replies, neither of these statements really made it into the mainstream news. No controversy, no press releases to walk back the rhetoric, nothing. Cops talking like this is normal. Nobody is shocked when cops threaten protesters. Why would that be weird? Is the US a police state? I feel like we should talk about this violent suppression of dissent. Because it's always been bad, and it's getting a lot worse. So the core feature of police states is the violent suppression of political dissent. If you've been to a protest recently, you already know it can be a bit unnerving.
Also, if you place more importance in a building, what you are doing is putting property over people. And that is exactly what they want you to do. They want you to believe that the preservation of property is more important than the preservation of people. And so they'll fire up the dissenters to have them enraged over a building. They'll have them enraged over concrete rather than actual human lives. But the graffiti, yeah, I saw a post that was like, oh, the peaceful left, and it was some girl who was spray painting fuck ICE. And it's like, again, it's because you consider defamation of a building to be violence in a way that you do not consider a person being grabbed in the middle of the day and having their baby ripped out of their hands to be violence.
To attend. And that's a bad thing in a country where free speech is meant to be protected.
I had someone in Hassan's Discord try to argue that the optics of property damage and it affecting minority small business owners means the protest is bad. What? That sounds like someone who's sniffing their farts too much.
Protected. Every major protest since the 2020 BLM movement has come with the same recommendations. Wear non-identifiable clothing, wear a mask at all times, turn off your phone, and have someone's number written on your arm in case you get arrested. At every protest, you can be certain you're being surveilled by security cameras and police drones. You'll usually have dozens of cops.
Everybody has the right to an opinion. That does not mean that the opinion is right. You have the right to an opinion, doesn't mean your opinion is right.
Surrounding the area, watching you, resting their hand on a stack of zip tie cuffs or putting on riot gear, and just patiently waiting for the call to come in to start locking people.
Also, look, I am not in, I haven't spent time in Hoscord. I will tell you though, there are absolutely ops in Hoscord, for sure. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. That is a very large Discord. There are a lot of drama accounts that benefit from having spies and, whatnot in that Discord because it feeds their drama content. So I've seen enough posts. I've seen enough screenshots and whatnot on Twitter to know that they're 100% ops who are in that Discord. They want to stir up shit. And also, they will say some crazy stuff, so then it'll look like that's coming from a Hoscorder. So it goes both ways, right? Like, they want to stir people up, but then also they will say extra inflammatory things because they are an op. And so then one of these drama accounts will be sent a screenshot of that and be like, look at how insane these Hassan fans are.
People up. This is a general state of affairs we've gotten used to, and it's getting worse. We're seeing more and more obvious examples of the US doing everything in its power to increase police surveillance capacities and silence the opposition. Cops have gotten wise to the safety measures protesters have adopted, and in recent weeks we've seen the mayor of New York explicitly trying to ban the use of masks in public because of their use by pro-Palestine protesters. Masks are just a good public health measure, especially for immunocompromised people. But according to Eric Adams, quote, you should not be able to wear a mask at protests because, quote, that's what cowards do. Back in April.
That's what cowards do, and yet the cops, these bitch-ass ICE officers showing up to kidnap people in the middle of the day, they're wearing masks. I wonder what Eric Adams thinks of that.
The Supreme Court similarly made it clear that for Louisiana, Mississippi, and right here in Texas where I live, mass protests are functionally illegal. By refusing to hear a case that makes protest organizers financially liable for any illegal act that happens at a protest, like if some bad actor shows up and starts throwing rocks, the Supreme Court has decided to up the risk for protest organizers in a major way. As we've seen with protests against the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, it's all too common for outside agitators to start trouble. This new ruling makes it that much easier for genocide enjoyers or corporate goons to get peaceful protests shut down.
Real quick, let me just take a look. A North African-led convoy known as Samud has departed Tunis and is en route to Gaza. You can track their progress at the link below. Comprised of hundreds of activists, including doctors, lawyers, journalists, and youth organizers, the group aims to break Israel's siege on Gaza by land. Just remember that the shit people said about the flotilla with Greta Thunberg that was apprehended by Israeli authorities, they called that performative, right? But then if a group were to act with violence, they would call them terrorists. So there is no winning here. There is no winning. Guy who doesn't support your cause, having a lot to say about your cause, telling you how to do your own cause. So, abducted, but yes, yeah. So, organizers say it's a civil society act of resistance. Yeah. So, the various groups that are trying to break Israel's siege on Gaza, either by land, by water, etc., they are dealing with being labeled as performative, being labeled as, all sorts of things that are, that are being done so that it discredits what they're trying to do. Because there is no form of protest here. There is no act of resistance here that is acceptable to Israel and its defenders. But anyway, so this is happening. We will see what happens with this envoy.
Down, in addition to framing the organizers for the crime. Of course, over the past 3 months or so, we've also seen around 3,000 students get arrested across the country for calling for the end of the US's and their schools' complicity in the Palestinian genocide. Hundreds more non-students have been arrested at the Israeli consulate, the Brooklyn Museum, the French Quarter in New Orleans, a Senate building in DC, and at dozens of other protests around the country for the same thing. At a lot of these crackdowns, we've seen literal armies of cops decked out in full riot gear meet peaceful protesters with less than lethal ammunition, throw them down flights of stairs, beat them up, and assault them with pepper spray and mace, to name just a few of their crimes. At Hinds Hall, the building Columbia students occupied, what little footage we have of the police raid shows cops using flashbangs against students, going room to room with their guns drawn, and as far as we know, firing at least one shot. Now, thankfully, the bullet didn't hit anyone, but that doesn't mean these crackdowns were without consequences. Students, professors, and other protesters have been hospitalized with fractured eye sockets, concussions, broken ribs and hands, and all the while cops have publicly denied these injuries and their use of excessive violence more generally. In the aftermath of these crackdowns, dozens of student protesters from Columbia, CCNY, Penn, Stanford, and other schools have also been charged with felonies and misdemeanors that, in some cases, might land them in jail for up to 9 years. And when
Protesters just digging themselves in a deeper hole. LOL, their behavior doesn't help their case whatsoever. Guy who doesn't care about your cause telling you how to do your cause. Prime example.
I list these things out like this, it seems almost exceptional. Like we're in some special time where everybody overreacted for a second. And that's very much the language we're hearing from
Juicer McGooser, how would you like protesters to behave? What would satisfy you as you sit there on your computer typing from the comfort of your home? You can never consider anything like putting your body on the line whatsoever to to protect and help others. So, what do you think that protesters should do? Not protest?
The mainstream press and people in charge. In her public
Storm the
statements,
Capitol?
Colombia's president called her decision to invite the NYPD to attack her students a, quote, extraordinary step because these are extraordinary circumstances. But nothing about this is actually unique. All these protests have done is drag the
protesters should be like women, neither seen nor heard. Am I right?
dark, ugly root of the US's carceral ideology into the mainstream news. So this video isn't about the stereotypical police state thing. There's no single agreed upon definition of a police state, and it's more of an edgy label you use for shock value more than anything else. That said, here's a pretty good definition if you're interested.
Classic, just speaking the truth makes you seem triggered. Did I seem triggered there? I'm genuinely asking you. I love this classic response. Classic, you're so triggered. Haha, I triggered you. I so triggered you. No, I'm asking you for real. I'm not triggered. I'm just asking questions, bruh. I'm asking questions, bro. Hey, I'm new here. Just want to make sure this is a space where different opinions and perspectives are welcome. Sure, unless your opinion is that not all human beings should be treated with the same dignity and compassion. Unless your opinions come at the expense of other people's lives. Then the answer is no. If you do not believe in equal rights, no matter someone's skin color, religion, sexual orientation, etc., then unfortunately, no.
Now, I'm not going to focus on checking off the details of this definition. I don't want to spend too much time on how we've rebranded secret police as plainclothes officers here in the US when they randomly pulled BLM protesters into unmarked vans. Nor am I going to do 15 minutes on the depths of the national security state, COINTELPRO, or the Patriot Act. That'll get its own video at some point, and I'll leave a few sources in the description for those who can't wait that long.
Okay. Well, just judging by the responses, I'm getting they're not the most welcoming. Here's the responses. Unless you're a Nazi, then fuck off. Fascists can fuck off.
You can definitely make a case for an American police state using that definition I just showed you.
Enough.
That's
Let's
just
focus on the
not
video.
what we're doing today. This video is exclusively about the police of it all. The American carceral state, its logic, and how that logic becomes all-consuming in moments of mass political upheaval like we're seeing today. Because while the vast network of surveillance that we all know about represents an extreme of state control, it's probably less powerful in practice than the everyday commitment of the American state to law and order, especially now under a strained neoliberal capitalism. So let me start with this.
Dun, dun.
Policing here is extreme. The US is unquestionably one of the most policed states in the world. You've probably already heard that the US has more people in jail and prison than any other country.
Hell
but that
yeah.
doesn't actually capture the full scale of things. About 1 in 100 people in the US is behind bars right now. 2.3 million people, more prisoners than 194 other countries combined. And there's only like 200 countries out there. The US on its own holds
it's
a fifth.
obviously because we are a country that just has way more dangerous criminals than anywhere else in the world, even though we frequently like to talk about shithole countries. We like to talk about these criminals in other countries, you know, these countries that we have to go into because they're so uncivilized and barbaric. And so we have to bring them democracy. But also we lock the most people per capita up in this country because we are so civilized.
1/5 of all the prisoners on Earth. Our police are also far more violent. Per year, they kill about 1,000 people. The second place among wealthy countries is Canada, and Canadian cops kill about 30. Not only are US police killing more, there's also zero accountability for this violence. According to Human Rights Watch, about 98% of police killings in the US never result in officers being charged with a crime. And still, year after year, Democrats and Republicans alike talk about how great and valuable our cops are. Biden signs the American Rescue Plan, and cops all over the country
Honestly, if you want to be a murderer, if you want to, like, I don't know, if you're like, man, I think I'm a serial killer, why don't you just go become a cop? Then you don't have to worry about going to jail. You can do legal murder. It really is like a free pass for murder. You have immunity. They already do. No, I know. But I'm just saying, like, there is a job out there where they will let you legally murder people. And it's the job of protecting the peace. It's the job of law and order, where you get to legally commit murder. Crazy Cat Lady, thank you for the 10 months.
$350 billion to hire more police officers, get more overtime pay and bonuses, and get decked out in the latest military gear. That means tiny towns like Prosper, Texas, not too far from here, truly one of the most boring, uneventful places I know, has beat cops riding in $700,000 10-foot tall armored trucks. Now, $350 billion is hard to grasp. Here it is in a more manageable format. What you're looking at are what's called million-dollar blocks. Places in the country, usually in big cities, where single blocks get over $1 million spent on incarceration alone per year. And just think about where you live right now. Think about what would happen if every year the city decided to spend $1 million on making your block better. Whether that's renovations, upgrades, new businesses, events, or just gave you and your neighbors a couple thousand extra bucks each to spend on your home. That's not what's happening. In America's poorest and blackest neighborhoods, the budget doesn't go towards making things better. It's huge, and it goes towards throwing people away. This is the carceral logic of the American capitalist system. And here's how it works. Under the neoliberal version of capitalism we've had in the US since Reagan, government policy has looked something like this. Every administration makes people more vulnerable by cutting social and public services, refusing to...
This is the America we need to return to. Look at this happy nuclear family. Mom, dad, two little kids, white, cisgender, heterosexual. This is the America we need to return to.
Raise the minimum wage, pushing back the age of retirement, defunding things like the NLRB to weaken unions, and deepening government deficits not for anything useful, but to increase incarceration, policing, military spending, and private deregulation. It's how you get graphs like these, and cops that look like this. The neoliberal mantra is that you make things better for businesses by pulling the rug out from organized labor, making endless calls for everyone to become an entrepreneur, more cops, and forcing people to take on more debt, either through student loans or credit cards. People need to pay this debt back, and to do that, you work longer hours, at worse jobs, for lower real wages in a society that, year after year, increases the pool of people who can't afford an unexpected $500 hospital bill. Thanks to outsourcing.
Yeah, and so not just mass incarceration, but immigration enforcement. The private sector profits from immigration enforcement. There are private contractors who make billions of dollars off of deporting people, off of like detaining people for an indefinite period of time. There are these private companies that make a shit ton of money off of abusing human beings, off of stripping their rights from them. It's big business. It's a big old business, and it is very profitable. Humans as products.
automation, and leaner business practices geared towards maximizing stock prices, there are fewer real, non-gig jobs, and more people need to work 2 or 3 of them to get by. At the same time, more and more privatized services, like housing, also means things like rent keep increasing. And just like that, you've created widespread poverty and insecurity with fewer solutions to escape it and more dire consequences for those who can't. But that's not enough. Managing this widespread insecurity that's so beneficial for capitalist accumulation is difficult without conceding any ground to activists and organized workers. So it starts being in the state's interest to redefine our concept of crime and apply it more broadly to the state's targets so it can manage this situation. People don't usually love that their needs aren't being met no matter what they do, and they might start getting the funny idea that upsetting this status quo, taking back control, and redistributing wealth and power more fairly is a good thing. They could start organizing, imposing demands on their bosses, taking charge of their neighborhoods themselves, or just trying their best to get on an equal footing with those born into privilege. That sort of behavior, the more it starts threatening the stability and negative peace of this violent system, needs to become labeled as irrational and criminal so it can be justifiably repressed to protect the exclusive entitlements of a few. So now,
yeah, ectozoologist. I saw Will Stansel's comments, and, you know, maybe nature is healing. Maybe nature is healing. Maybe we're in the upside down that Will Stansel has actually had a good take on this. At some point, you have to pick whether you will defend immigrant communities as they actually exist or will only defend them if they shape up and start acting American enough. And frankly, the rhetoric about these protests is telling me that too many liberals are picking option 2. Will Stansel, welcome to the resistance. Will Stansel, it's time to leave. It's time to leave liberalism behind. If liberalism can't defend the lived reality of pluralism, only some idealized version where everyone acts in the exact way we assume would most appeal to middle America, we've already lost. And frankly, even if everyone did act like that, the far right would still demonize these people because their hate is mostly rooted in hallucinations and demagogic lies. Will Stansel, welcome. Welcome, buddy. Exclamation point ethnicity.
Now, media organizations, both news and entertainment.
You're not a liberal, what are you? I am a free thinker. I am a pop culture justice warrior.
Government bodies, courts, and politicians start moving the goalposts on what they consider crime. And upholding this system, exploiting workers, keeping people exposed to the daily violence of not having enough, that's not part of their definition. The FBI's crime statistics aren't about the number of people suddenly thrown in cages by the state after yet another new crime bill. Nor does the report include what white-collar criminals get up to when they slowly rob millions of people of their retirement savings. No, the label crime is exclusively applied to things like petty theft, armed robbery, property destruction, homicide, and all these other crimes of opportunity that are inevitable when people's needs are being denied to them. To aid in this effort, context gets completely steamrolled by liberal concepts of equal justice and the introduction of more rational criminal procedures like mandatory minimums. We trust retail companies when they broadcast that petty theft is on the rise. Crime rates are presented as objective reflections of reality to the public, decontextualized from the increased level of policing. And the predictable result is that criminal sentencing procedures systematically reaffirm the capitalist hierarchy. Some groups get charged with more severe crimes and more jail time. But because this system has been rationalized, because the concept of crime has been crafted around this specific purpose, and because the context of the state's control over people's livelihoods is treated as a completely separate question, none of this gets challenged. Politicians always get to ask for more cops, more prisons, and more guns. Because, after all, the crime numbers don't lie. Crime control becomes the regulation of a relatively small number of acts that have been designated as threatening the
So one example of this is how the war on drugs, thank you, Reagan, in the war on drugs, there was crack versus cocaine. And crack was what what Reagan and those in power kept saying over and over and over and over again in reference to Black communities. And the sentencing for possession of 5 grams of crack cocaine was the same as possession of 500 grams of powder cocaine. So they used this to target Black communities. They specifically referred to cocaine in Black communities as crack because it carried heavier sentences. Like they used all of this as a way to further oppress Black communities in the 80s. The problem we have is that the Dem Party isn't even really liberal anymore. It's an incumbent protection racket that's about pumping as much money into their campaign consultants and the party apparatus. They believe in nothing. They have no goals. They believe in Olivia Giuliana. She's going to save us all. You know, I will say, I use my mother a lot as an example of what's happening in the liberal world, in like the world of New York Times readers. And my mom is over it. She is so fucking over it. She has seen who the Democratic Party is actually loyal to. Because I said, Mom, how can you ever expect that the Dem Party is going to enact real change when they are beholden to corporations and to billionaires? So this is where their interests are. This is where their money is from. So this is who they protect and serve. Old Joe Biden. You guys, this is how long Joe Biden has been around. This is how fucking old he is. Joe Biden praises crack possession laws and Strom Thurmond in 1991.
But let's look at the facts. Since 1986, Congress has passed over 230 new or expanded penalties for drug and criminal offenses in this United States. 230 new penalties. And these penalties range from an automatic 5 years in jail for any person caught with a rock of crack cocaine, piece of crack cocaine as small as a quarter. I don't have a quarter with me, but if you visualize what one looks like, yeah, I do have a quarter. If you have a piece of crack cocaine,
See,
no bigger
the emphasis
than this
on
quarter
crack
that I'm holding in my hand.
This is where like the crack baby myth came from, this really pervasive, harmful myth that proliferated, and it was a way to be, again, focusing the target on Black people, on Black communities. Yeah, crack is okay as long as Hunter Biden is doing it.
Quarter of $1. We passed a law through the leadership of Senator Thurmond and myself and others.
All these crack babies.
Says, if you're caught with that, you go to jail for 5 years. You get no probation. You get nothing other than 5 years in jail. Judge doesn't have a choice. Now, the fact of the matter is, we've gone from there all the way up to saying, under the leadership of Senator Thurmond, and I'd like to suggest that I take some small credit for it myself as well, and others, the presiding officer, that there is now a death penalty. And we passed it a couple years ago.
God.
If you are a major drug dealer involved in the trafficking of drugs and murder results in your activities, you go to death. And a number of other severe penalties. We changed the law so that if you are arrested and you are a drug dealer.
Yeah, also never forget that the smuggling of cocaine into the United States was instigated by the U.S. government. The U.S. government is why cocaine ended up in the U.S. Okay, anyway, we're a little off topic, but...
social order, and the administration of criminal justice becomes the institutionalized or patterned responses for processing those threats. This way of criminal justice functioning becomes accepted and normalized. Ideologies, legal and otherwise, convince people that the patterns are inevitable and just. To make this project of criminalization especially successful, our leaders rely on crime as a tool for othering along racial, gendered, sexual, and class lines, to the point that this othering comes to justify just about anything. It structures the capitalist hierarchy, lends legitimacy to those whose privileges allow them a higher standing than those who are othered, and enables the violence of more extreme policing against some. They shift the explanation for bigoted state repression away from the structural factors that make some groups' disempowerment profitable, and towards rooting out the bad apples from this perfectly neutral enforcement of law and order. Some people's identities and their efforts to live equal lives to the privileged become synonymous with crime. And once that criminality is established and ingrained, anything and everything is allowed. Cops can never go too far in punishing these obvious criminals, terrorists, communists, and those people who are branded as definitionally violent. The result is a system in which the solution to every social ill becomes the police. We throw cops at homelessness, mental health crises, poverty, and fare evasion while demanding that public schools, public transportation, and entire communities get by with much less than enough. And you can very clearly see the inevitable consequences when protests start getting in the way of this capitalist society's goals. At around midnight on April 30th, a group of Columbia students occupied Hamilton Hall in an act of protest against the university's involvement and investment in the Israeli apartheid state and the genocide of Palestinians. 4 days earlier, former NYPD captain and current mayor of New York, Eric Adams, was on a Zoom call with a group of heavily invested billionaires. On that call, according to WhatsApp chat logs filled with dozens of Forbes 100 capitalists, this group discussed the various ways that they could leverage their tremendous wealth, influence, and connections to help Adams in his crackdown of student protests. They talked about making campaign donations to the Adams re-election fund, hiring private investigators, putting pressure on the Columbia administration, whatever it would take to get police officers to handle protesters. At the same time, a narrative began to take hold of mainstream media that this occupation and the escalation of protest it represented in response to an administration unwilling to accept students' demands was a step too far. What they were doing was labeled by pundits across the political spectrum as a violent crime. And now that the protesters were criminals, nothing could protect them.
So let me be clear. Peaceful protest in America. Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest.
God, who misses this guy?
Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest.
You can't convince me that a university with a $13 billion endowment cares about a single broken window. That's not what this is about. And it's certainly not violence. There wasn't a single bloody nose or broken rib until the cops showed up.
Violence against property.
No, it's an excuse.
That poor window. That window had parents. That window had dreams. That window was going to be somebody.
The sand that justified hundreds of police officers' flashbangs and arrests, the condemnation of a president standing firmly behind a genocidal occupation, and the pearl clutching of the corporate media. Law and order had been restored. Protesters' criminality had justified it. It justified the press and legal observers not being.
Also, you know, I'm no mathematician, but I think the cost of replacing a window is not that much compared to the cost of enabling and authorizing all of these law enforcement agencies and giving them even more money to expand to protect these windows.
Allowed to document the police's actions, which still today we only have a partial account of. It justified the cops forcefully removing students' hijabs. It justified all the expulsions and the concussions. Suddenly, it wasn't about Palestine anymore. It was about cracking down on inconvenience. And in the days that followed, it justified dozens of bogus misdemeanor and felony charges for trespassing, property damage, burglary, and assault, not unlike the RICO charges brought against Stop Cop City protesters in Atlanta. Here again, the consequences of the racial capitalist state came out in full force. The wealthier and more mediatized Columbia protesters saw their mostly misdemeanor charges dropped relatively quickly. Down the road at CCNY, protesters saw the same violent crackdown as their peers 20 minutes away. But CCNY is a public school. Its students and faculty largely come from lower-income Black and Hispanic families. And so, at the time of writing, the CUNY 22 are still dealing with felony charges that could put them away for years. And as student protesters continue to remind us, all of this pales in comparison to the violence imposed on Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. But it's related. So, is the US a police state? It's a matter of opinion. But I think the message the ruling class and their militarized police are sending is pretty clear. They're not hiding it.
And if you're thinking about doing something like this, take a look around, see how fast we cleared it out. This could be you.
I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that this channel is entirely grassroots funded. Since sponsors don't want to touch videos like these, we have to rely on the generous support of viewers like you.
Is the US a police state?
If you'd like to help keep this channel afloat and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron on Patreon.
Yes.
All patrons, regardless of pledge amount, get early access to every video, plus access to our patrons-only Discord server. We just made a major update to the Discord, with a revamped leveling system and monthly Discord Nitro giveaways to active members. We've also got a bunch of other...
All right, here's the link again if you wanted to take a look at that. Okay, we are going to switch over and talk about Sly Stone, who passed away at the age of 82. And I do think that, you know, talking about his legacy, his music, is especially appropriate in this moment, as Sly Stone came to popularity in the 60s, and he had Sly and the Family Stone, I should say, the group that formed, and they changed music, and they changed music not once but twice. And in the 60s, their sound was very optimistic, very hopeful, you know, lyrics that talked about all of us coming together. Let me play one song for you to just start off and show you. Here we go. This is Sly and the Family Stone, Everyday People, and Dance to the Music. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Everyday people. No difference what you found in. I'm everyday people. I'm everyday people. Thank you for letting us be ourselves. R.I.P. Sly Stone, the Wiener Circle. Dance to the music. You know, people felt the promises of counterculture. They felt the promises of change. Oh my God. Burgles. Holy shit, Burgles. Thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs. 100 big ones. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. I mean, feel that energy. Feel that unity. Zoologist, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Different strokes for different folks. We gotta live together. We got to live together. We gotta live together, folks. All right, so let's talk about Sly Stone, Sly and the Family Stone.
This morning, we are paying tribute to a pioneering musician who was one of the leaders of the funk revolution. Sly Stone died yesterday at the age of 82 after losing a long battle with lung illness and other health problems.
William Neff! William Neff! Come home right now. You've been gone long enough. Welcome in, guys. I hope you had a fun stream watching Emmy throw out the first pitch. She did a great job at the Padres game. We are just getting into talking about Sly Stone, who passed away at the age of 82, who really changed the direction of pop music, who his legacy, his contributions to music of the 60s and 70s, but also all the way to today, because a lot of artists studied Sly Stone and their music was very much so inspired by him. And so we're getting into his legacy, which had a lot of tragedy in it as well, namely drugs, but remembering his I mean, the word contributions doesn't even seem to cut it, but just his contributions to music in the form of changing the way that popular music is created. And also if you are an enjoyer of the genre of psychedelic music, you have Sly Stone to thank for that. Truly foundational. Bandit D, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
The legendary, iconic Sly and the Family Stone jumped to the top of the charts in the late 1960s and early 70s with songs that became American classics. Anthony Mason has more on Stone's incredible legacy. Incredible is the word, Anthony. Good morning.
decade then is when Jackson 5 was huge.
By Pearl Jam, you know, Herbie Hancock, a big fan, Miles Davis, a huge fan, enormous influence. And we were talking as the piece was running, Gail, Questlove has done a couple of documentaries trying to, you know, bring some support to Sly. And he had said that Sly created the alphabet that we are still using to express music.
I loved Hot Fun in the Summertime.
Yep.
Makes you want to now go listen to all of his.
Like, bitch, what the fuck is black music? Music is nothing without black people. True. It's like, I guess it's like saying, it's like differentiating between streamers and women streamers.
His music again.
That's right. His greatest hits album is one of the best there is.
American Original.
Get it today.
That's right. For sure. We'll be playing it this weekend. Anthony, thank you.
All right, let's get
Sure, we'll
a
be playing
little
it
bit
this weekend.
deeper
Anthony, thank you.
into Sly Stone. This came out a year ago.
It's Sunday morning on CBS, and here again is Jane Pauley.
That's Sly and the Family Stone, part rock, part soul, part pop.
So the first song of theirs that had them bursting onto the scene was "Dance to the Music," and it was one of the biggest songs of 1968. It was so exciting. You could not help but to be up on your feet dancing to the music. And then Everyday People was another big single of theirs that was on the album Stand that came out in 1969. So again, it was very much so in the vein of counterculture, but in a very like idealistic utopian vibe. It was a world of blending all of these different sounds together and just creating something that was very uplifting and very exciting.
All groundbreaking music. Until Sly Stone largely retreated from public view. This month, the elusive star is out with a memoir. We asked Kela Fasane to sum up Sly Stone's unfinished legacy.
Even at rehearsal, here goofing around at a local CBS station in 1975, there is no one quite like Sly Stone.
Dance to the music!
The
important to always remember is who you have these really big icons in music, Hendrix, Queen, etc. But never forget those who they studied, those who they they learned from, they were inspired by the way that they shifted music, what they did with instruments and with sound. Sly was Prince before Prince. I mean, yeah, again, a lot of Prince is owed to Sly Stone.
3 years later, the Family Stone album Stand put them on the map.
Like we're talking
And the single
pioneers.
Everyday People went to #1.
You know how you have your favorite streamer's favorite streamer? Your favorite artist's favorite artist. Yeah, your favorite musician's favorite musician. The legend's legend.
Like if you listen to the structure of Everyday People, it's really nothing but the which who has the wit and the clever mind to figure out how to insert this potent message inside of a song so innocent sounding.
By 1971, the innocence was fading. The band released a darker, weirder follow-up, a futuristic masterpiece called There's a Riot Going On. But Sly Stone was struggling. In the book, he writes that his life revolved around drugs, particularly cocaine. He often missed gigs, although he did manage to show up to his own wedding to Kathy Silva at Madison Square Garden, as Charles Osgood reported.
Yeah, so I would say that Sly and the Family Stone were making music for about a decade before the internal issues. Sly Stone's drug use just broke him apart. But his retreat is one of music's most notorious retreats. Like, he was so major and just emerged onto the scene, this brilliant force, but by the mid 70s had become consumed by his drug addiction, and he really was gone for years. His memoir was published in 2023. The last album that had Sly Stone's original material came out in 1982, but so his absence from the 80s and up was quite looming.
Not everyday people by any means, but as Sly
Have I been to the music of pop culture in Seattle? I have not. I haven't really spent much time in Seattle.
Charles Osgood, CBS
That sounds
News,
like my
New York.
shit.
By the 80s, the band had
Would
basically
I say he's
disintegrated.
bigger than Kendrick is today? I think those comparisons are really hard to make. First of all, totally different artists. Not that comparisons, between like a Michael Jackson and Elvis aren't made all the time. I just think measuring that is really difficult, especially like how artists and their ability to have a global reach today is much different from this era in the 60s.
And Sly Stone himself was occasionally seen offstage, as in this 1983
different
court
technologies
appearance
nowadays,
on a cocaine possession
way more
charge.
people in the world.
He made a few comeback attempts, but mainly laid low.
The biggest shock of the night came when reclusive funk rock pioneer Sly Stone hit the stage.
Stone surfaced again in 2006 at a Grammys tribute. His first time with the original group since the 70s. But he left before it was over.
Bill Hicks said it best about music: if you don't think drugs didn't enrich your life in any way, go home and take all your records and burn them, because the people that made that music you love so much really fucking high. Yep.
By 2011, he was living in a camper van, To many fans, it seemed like rock bottom. Now 80 years old, Sly Stone is still living a reclusive life, but he has a house in an anonymous LA suburb. Through a representative, he declined our request for an interview. But the real family Stone, son Sylvester Stewart Jr. and daughters Novena Carmel and Sylvette Fun Stone,
No, I have
agreed
not
to
read
speak on
his
his
memoir.
behalf. We're sitting
But
here.
I think, I think what's interesting is like when you look at the difference between the album Stand, like the music that they put out in the 60s versus the music they put out in the 70s, namely the album in 1971, There's a Riot Going On. It is night and day. And There's a Riot Going On, I think, really reflects the kind of cultural dissonance, the depleting of energy that emerged in the 60s. There was more of a pessimism. It was darker. It was not bright and optimistic in the way that Dance to the Music and Everyday People and the music that they created in the 60s was. And I look at like how Sly, how that came from how he was feeling, that he was struggling, that he was not feeling the optimism around, an America coming together to be racially inclusive and to make space for everybody and to like fight for civil progress. It was like, what's going on? Yes. And then Marvin Gaye, who put out What's Going On and the works of Funkadelic, it was a sentiment felt across the industry, especially from Black artists. Yeah. I think it was reflecting this downturn and this loss of optimism.
In his house, talking about him, and he can't be here with us today. How's he doing?
He's doing okay. He's still talking trash and all that. Still, he's loving and caring still.
Appreciate it.
But he still don't take no mess from nobody. Nobody.
Funstone was at home for some of her father's darkest days. He writes in the book about how you were one of the people tasked with helping to keep the drug dealers away when he's trying to stay clean. Is that true?
I had a few conversations, yeah. So I'll just be like, look, bro, you know what I'm saying? You got a dad too. This is my dad. You're killing him. Stop. Or it's gonna get bad. What you wanna do? You just had to put your foot down and let him know you're not welcome. Don't come back over here, or it's gonna be a problem.
But there's always longtime manager Arlene Hershkowitz says that after more than half a century of high times and hard living, Sly Stone has finally found peace. And
By the end of the 60s, two of the biggest black civil rights activists were assassinated by the state, so the disillusionment makes sense. Yeah, and, the resentment that sparked uprisings in the 60s that culminated in a lot of protest music, but protest music that was, it was speaking about standing up to injustices, but it was, the sounds were uplifting, and then it transformed, it changed, and you had artists like Sly Stone who had changes happening internally, as he was wrestling with these external forces and also internal forces, and that changed in the sounds that he was producing. But it did not dim his brilliance. And in fact, there are a lot of people who consider There's a Riot Going On to be to be his best album.
Sobriety. He's clean now, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
How long has he been clean?
This will be in December, it'll be 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
Did you ever think that you'd be sitting here talking about Sly 4 years clean?
No, but I'm so happy that I am.
One product of his newfound sobriety, the new memoir, a very personal book that was also, it turns out, a group project. On this book, there are 3 names on the author page. There's Sly Stone, there's the writer Ben Greenman, and there's you.
Yeah.
How did this process work?
There were a lot of sessions. I would say, we've counted almost 300.
300 interview sessions?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah.
The book tells Sly's life story, but it's not necessarily the final chapter. Do you think we'll ever see Sly Stone in public again?
I think so, yeah.
George Clinton.
I'm not sure if he's going to be playing or anything. He's got music that I know he wants to get somebody to do something with. He's going to find a way.
You think Sly Stone is not finished yet?
I hope not. Let's put it that way.
It's a family affair.
Did you see Eli Roth's post, Insane Person, about Sly Stone? Or just like, or something else?
Sly Stone's band may not be back together, but his family seems tighter than
Not
ever.
quite.
Did you think that your father would be 80, he'd be publishing his memoir, and you'd be sitting on chairs to talk about him?
No, these
Oh, he's
moments are the most surreal.
He's shit-talking a 20-year-old?
Not the other crazy Sly Stone moments. Because I think we were born into that.
Right.
Him just being at home,
20-year-old activist.
decorate the Christmas tree.
Right.
That's the craziest. It's all very wonderfully and weirdly normal.
It's a family affair. It's a family affair.
Sly is in a place right now which, as we say, let us give you your flowers while you're still here.
He's 80 years old.
He's 80 years old. A lot of his contemporaries died at 20,
and
30 and 40.
And is he okay?
DD.
Yeah, as long
Ice
as
Killer,
Sly
thanks
is
for the
breathing on
32
Earth, I
months.
consider that okay.
Sad that they didn't cover his legacy much. This coverage more revolves around his drug use. As someone who doesn't know much about him, I haven't learned much from this coverage, only from Caroline. Yeah, this is pretty disappointing. I hate when someone who is as important to the arts as Sly Stone was, I hate when they die and their legacy is, look at all these drugs they did. Because honestly, that was a lot of fucking artists of this time. Like a lot of the greats, a lot of the greatest artists who struggled with addiction. Didn't they do that to Richard Pryor too? They do this all the time. They do this all the time. And it's like, man, he should not be remembered for his drug addiction. Because what a horrible way, first of all, to remember someone's legacy. But secondly, it erases why this person was so important to this art form, to the art of music. Who the fuck wasn't doing drugs during the mid-20th century? Hell, I remember the coverage around Bowie's death. There was a lot about his cocaine addiction. Yeah, they love to like zero in on all the drama of someone being addicted to drugs and what that did. And look, I think you can note how his disappearance was one of the most notorious because he emerged onto the scene with some of the most exciting, influential music still to date. And that his absence was enormously felt, but also make sure that you emphasize that that's not how he should be remembered. He should be remembered as an artist who not only changed the way people make music, but changed the way people listen to music. Because once upon a time, okay, so the Beatles are credited with like changing pop music. All right, the shift in pop music went to the Beatles. But Sly Stone is absolutely up there with his effect on the way that pop music went from being made for a live performance to being made in a studio, and how that changed the way music was made and the way that people also consumed music. I'm sure most interviews tend to be sweet but get edited down to the drama. Yeah, I mean, this is a 9-minute video that came out last year about Sly Stone's new memoir. So that's probably why they also are heavily emphasizing the drug use. Okay, let's watch this video. Like, one thing to note, okay, difference between, you know, Sly Stone and other artists is that Sly Stone understood how to use tools of musical production as tools of musical creativity. So it wasn't just like going into this, you know, as pop music shifted from being made just for, you know, to be performed in front of a live audience to being concepted in the recording studio, he and the band utilized all of these technologies and created these insane sounds. And it was like this amalgamation of this amalgamation of all of these different noises that is, you know, was like a collage. It was like this abstract collage that went against the commonly understood, you know, the commonly held belief of like how a band works together in harmony, and like, okay, you create these sounds that fit in with one another versus creating all these sounds that are really painting a collage because they're all so different. And that's why the album There's a Riot Going On is considered by a lot of people to actually be Sly Stone's greatest masterpiece, because it represents that shift in that shift in pop music, shifting away from music that is concepted within a live performance to music that is concepted within a recording studio. That it was so innovative. It was so innovative. I mean, the first the album was like the first to prominently feature a drum machine. That's why Sly is up there with the Beatles, in my opinion. They're among the artists that use the tools that the studio gives you to the max. Yeah, it wasn't just, okay, we're making these sounds in we're concepting this music in the studio, like we're using the studio as a as a center of our creativity, but we're using these tools. We're using these tools to be musically creative in ways that have really never been done before. But that's the thing, is like everybody knows the Beatles, but I mean, like a lot of people know Sly Stone, but probably also don't. When you listen to the song Dance to the Music, you go, I know that song, because that song still is song is still very influential. Like you'll see Dance to the Music pop up in movies, in TV shows, etc. But I think that's what happens sometimes, is especially because Sly and the Family Stone we're not white Brits who were like amassing these crowds of adoring, obsessive female fans, right? They were a boy band, essentially. Hendrix took this concept further and called it musical painting or something to that effect, was more interested in sonic landscapes than the conventional structure of music. Sly's influence is all over Hendrix, which trickles down to modern music even if people don't realize it. EcuCan, thank you for the 6 months. I mean, this is just like, this is genius. This is brilliance. Norman Reedus on sax. All right, and then let me just play a little bit from I don't know if I can.
One child rose up to be. Thank you. Somebody that just loves to learn. And another child grows up to be somebody you just love to burn. You know.
Yeah, so this is I think their biggest song off of There's a Riot Going On, but you can hear the change in the tone and the sound.
Hey! But mom loves the both of them. You see, it's in the blood. And around both kids are good to mom. Blood's thicker than the mud. It's a family affair. Family affair. Family affair. Thank you. Thank you.
What else can I play for you?
that's what it's all about. You got to take me by your rabbit and smile. Now, please don't go. Forget the beat to me by phone. Because I promise I'll be gone by a while. And when you see me again, I know that you have been the kind of person you really are now. You got to get in straight. How could I ever be late when you're my woman taking up my time? You know that? Oh, you never wonder how could you get out.
You know what I love about this is that it sounds improvisational, you know? Like no two performances would ever be the same. It just flows. As a professional bassist, I can confirm. I was enjoying that. I was having a good time. Man, I feel like I could just rock out all night, man. I could just rock out all night. I was fucking jamming. Is this the full performance? You know what? Fuck it. My favorite thing to do is listen to all the different live versions of my fave songs. Yeah, hear that bass?
That
funky bass?
You to see. I'm about to go. I'm there, you know. Won't be to stay here. I got to be. You never be it down. That's what it's all about. You can take me back around it and smile. Now, please don't go because the reason is my fault. Because I promise I'll be gone for a while. When you see me again,
I've seen every concert in which Fred Durst has been on stage.
You really are now.
Oh, he a fan.
Straight.
Permission to hit the weed? Hell yeah. Where's Jugies?
Good, yeah, that's the best they know. Yo, now.
I feel like that was a lot of 70s music. Yeah, it definitely was an era of experimentation, you know? So, the 60s was a very influential decade in music, and it led to a lot of modern music that exists today. But the 70s was very heavy on experimentation, free-flowing expression. It was like, let's just do some shit. Fuck it. Like, I feel like the 60s was heavy in its purpose around what was happening culturally. You had the rise of the counterculture music movement. the emergence of really influential artists. But the 70s is like, let's just fucking do some shit.
Yeah, I hope that you have been the kind of person you really are now.
I mean, the Grateful Dead were super popular in the 70s. Grateful Dead, who were like very big on the improv. Same with film, you know? There was a lot of like new age expressionism in film in the 70s. You had a lot of like big changes happening around the emergence of indie film. Ooh. Anyway, the Bill Hicks bit about drugs.
Drugs have done good things for us. That's my belief. Drugs have done good things for us. Hard to believe I'm saying this. Drugs have done good things for us. What do you mean, Bill? Well, if you don't believe drugs have done good things for us, do me a favor then.
Drugs!
Go home tonight, take all your albums, your tapes, and your CDs, and burn them. Because you know what? The musicians who made that great music that has enhanced your lives throughout the years, real fucking high on drugs, okay? It's true. The Beatles were so high, they let Ringo sing a couple of tunes, man. Tell me they weren't partying. We all live in a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine. We all live in a yellow you know how fucking high they were? They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake to sing that fucking song. John, get Ringo. He's in the corner. Pull him down. Wow, look at him scoot. Grab him. Look at him scoot. With Ringo, come down. If Yoko's gone, we can party again. They were real high. They wrote great music. Drugs had a positive effect. They did. You cannot deny the fucking music. You can't deny it. You can't deny it. Okay, let's look at it another way then.
You know, if drugs are bad, then why did it produce such great art? And also, why is it so great consuming that art on drugs?
These musicians today who don't do drugs and in fact speak out against them, we're rock against drugs. Boy, they suck. Ballless, soulless, spiritless,
Hogan, thank you for the gifted to
corporate
Sly and the Family
fucking
Stone.
puppets, suckers of Satan's cock, each and every one of them.
Okay, do I have anything else? Wait, I think I had one more little vid. Let's see. Wait, I know I had Sly and the Family Stone, Breaking Ground. Wait, I thought I had a little video of music.
This is the live music experience. It doesn't go away. My name is Dr. Ricky Vincent. I'm a lecturer at UC Berkeley in African American Studies, and I teach classes on Black music history. Sly Stone is a central player in two movements at once, in a musical movement and the social movement of the 60s, the awakening, the civil...
Dude, I wish I had these classes at my college. That was one thing about the school that I went to, is that we were really lacking in courses like this. It would have been so awesome to take like music history
rights
courses.
Movement, the Black Power movement, the entire counterculture of the Bay Area of the late 1960s can be embodied, it can be seen as embodied in the life of Sly Stone at that time. Sly Stone represented what so many people imagined the 60s could be like, and he lived that life. And he boasted
He's at UC
it, but
Berkeley?
it wasn't
Yeah.
boasting. He was just living it and thrilled about it and gave us that thrill. And we loved it. The 60s changed everybody's attitude and folks wanted something new. And when you wash it all out, you can look at what Sly Stone did. And basically what you see is there's American music before Sly Stone and American music after Sly Stone. Sly and the Family Stone's music is, it's pure soul singing. It's gospel energy. It's this ferocious attack of joy that comes at you sonically, and then musically with chords and hooks and melodies that are so densely packed, you don't realize you're being overtaken by it. Sly Stone's legacy is a regional legacy of the spirit and music of the Bay Area, a collective sense of possibility and excitement and exhilaration that is possible in the music and in the daily life when people come together and actually live this democratic ideal of this land. The legacy of Sly Stone is something that folks will be looking back towards for generations to figure out, how is this done? How can a music experience take me higher and elevate my entire soul? Sly's legacy is that.
Sly's legacy is that. Funk saved my life. May sound stupid, but it helped me get the confidence myself to leave an abusive situation. Thank you, James Brown. I don't think that sounds stupid at all. I think that speaks to, honestly, that speaks to the power of art. Like music does heal. It inspires. It can change your life. These are things that like, there's a reason that we connect to this world, to one another, to ourselves, when we consume the art that other human beings created for us, right? And so if you are new, Minnie, to Sly Stone, but you love funk music, then I hope that this introduced you to a whole ass world of funk music. James Brown is amazing. Love James Brown, but don't be missing out on Sly Stone. Still time to take adult classes on music history. You know what? I just teach everything to myself. I also have this pop culture book that is literally this big. It's this big. It's my Bible. I've been working my way through it, but yeah, I just teach myself. Gaming tonight? Well, I messaged the group and I said, gamers, anyone want to do one run? And no one has responded. No one has responded, sadly. What is the book? It's called With Amusement for All, A History of American Popular Culture Since 1830. So 200 years of the history of popular culture. Nandre just messaged me and said 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes, and then I get to do one run. Got some Sly vinyls at home. Let's go. Let's fucking go. There's gonna be a lot of people from different countries. Oh wait, I didn't even see what Eli Roth said. I didn't want to ruin the vibe. I didn't want to ruin the funk. There's a global march to Gaza happening. We opened the call for people to participate. We now have over 54 countries represented. Look at that global solidarity, man. This is not just something that just a bunch of white people thought. We responded to a call that came to us from Gaza. Global March to Gaza's campaign lead organizers said the campaign was launched after Gaza's Independent Workers Committee issued a formal appeal for solidarity action at the Rafah border. He also described close coordination with the Freedom Flotilla and Samud Convoy, calling the collaboration essential to building a truly global response. Let's fucking go. Both emphasized the need to unify global efforts under a single aim. All right, all eyes will be on this, should be on this. Fuck Eli Roth. You know what? Eli Roth almost killed me and Farley. So yeah, it is fuck Eli Roth too. Not just for his heinous takes, but also because he almost killed me and Farley. I saw the videos from them traveling. I actually cried so hard today, but like for the hope instead of the sadness, because I feel like I had lost my hope in humanity. Yeah. You know, it depends on the day, right? Some days you feel like all hope is lost, and other days you feel like actually maybe we can do this. And that's why I do think, look. Oh, you guys don't know about Eli Roth. Oh, you forgot about that. Oh, okay. Well, before I say what I was about to say, one time I was walking Farley, and there was this intersection where I used to live that people would notoriously, they would just speed through the stop signs. We call it a California stop, where you don't stop at a stop sign. But this big Escalade I saw, and I was like, I bet you they're not going to stop at the stop sign. So I was halfway in the crosswalk, and just to be safe, I pulled back. Of course, this Escalade blew through the stop sign. It was fucking Eli Roth. It wasn't even slowly rolling through. It was just blowing through the stop sign. I was like, yeah, man. If I did not operate under the belief that I was always going to get hit by a car, then I would have gotten hit by a car. Just ran that shit. Anyway, what I was going to say is, you know, I think there are a lot of lessons to take from the 60s, not just in the world of music, but also in the world of protest, because I know things seem really bad, and I think our memories are a little spotty when we look back on the 60s era, where we know it was bad, but it's also like, yeah, but look at all all these people came together, blah, blah, blah. It was bad. It was so bad. Imagine the Jim Crow South. Okay, segregation was legal. It was protected by the laws. And if you went to the cops, if you went to the judges, if you went to politicians, they were openly segregationists. They were working with the fucking KKK. Now, you might go, well, is that much different than today? Yes and no, okay? The systems of, the institutions in this country, of course, still protect power. But, like, it was so oppressive. It was smothering. And yet people fought for progress, and they did achieve it. And the way that progress works is it does not happen all at once, and progress will be achieved, and then we will, seem to take a step backwards. A pendulum swings, etc. But I think, like, remembering that the KKK was just openly going into these towns and lynching people, setting churches on fire, that the racism was so explicit, like truly all of the legal, all of the legal and law enforcers were working in tandem with these extremely racist hate groups. Yeah, just bombing churches. So, I think I think it's always a reminder to, like, take those lessons from the 60s, not just on how people protested, but also how, in the face of the impossible, that they did it, that they still made things possible, And I'm sure there were a lot of people who felt like this is never going to be achieved in my lifetime. Like, this is always how the state of things are going to be. And we are far from a just world, but progress has been made. And the sentiments of justice for all and the importance of solidarity, like those things have never changed. It's an example of what is possible. Absolutely. Makes me think I should talk to my grandparents to have a better viewer perspective. Yeah, I think like it's easy to succumb to this hopelessness and be like, oh my God, how are we going to change anything here? How is Israel going to stop genociding Palestinians? How is, how are we going to stop having, our police forces just beating the shit out of people? How are our politicians not going to be beholden to corporate interests? Like, how are we going to stop the cost of living from rising as it has and not meeting the rise, an equal rise in wages? Like, all of these problems, these issues that we face, I think understanding that people of the past, that they felt similarly, that there was just no way that they were going to be able to fight against the oppressive systems, that they were going to win against power, and yet they persisted, and many wins were had. There was a long period of time where the idea of civil rights for Black people seemed just utterly impossible, just like baseline rights, And yes, the powers that be figure out ways to continue to use our systems to racistly oppress marginalized folks in this country. But I think the spirit and the fight is one that we as this generation cannot give up, because these are not new problems. Got my Jewish therapist to openly take a stance on her social media against Zionism. She was a Peace in the Middle East type. Peace in the Middle East. Who had no idea what was going on. Baby steps. Yeah, it's all baby steps. Jesus Christ. I'm looking at photos of downtown right now, and it's just like a line of cop cars down the block. But again, inhibit the spirit of past revolting against the systems. KK. I'm ready whenever you are. Yeah, so look, if you need to listen to some music by Sly and the Family Stone to just remember what this is all about, do it. Like, I think that is something that you should never look at as silly, as frivolous, right? Like, watching films, listening to music, consuming art that was created at a time of great unrest and just incredible divisions in the country that led to artists putting sounds to that unrest. A change gonna come. I have my liberal mom saying how Israel's committing a genocide thanks to you and Hassan's talking points. That is awesome. That is awesome. Not obviously that Israel's committing a genocide, but yeah, I mean, I use my mom as an example all the time. I have a lot of conversations with my mom that I never would have been having a few years ago, the things that she says, what she is open to, like what she agrees with me on, she has she has been breaking away from the cage that she's been in that tells her how to think based on the party that she is affiliated with. I remember in college, my professor reminded us that it was normal that more than half of us in the classroom would not be here. Yeah. You know, it's like back in the day, this wouldn't have happened. The only thing Rage Against the Machine got wrong, it's not just some of those who work forces are the same. Some of those who work forces are the same who burn crosses. It might as well be all. My mom watches Hasanami with me. I looked at me and said, Mini Kitty, I need to change some of my views. God damn, he's out here radicalizing the moms. Stupid, sexy Hassan radicalizing the moms. This is a few years ago now, and she went from conservative to leftist and speaks out for Palestine. Yeah, I mean, it can happen, right? Person by person. And so like that's what we can do in our own lives. As one person, you can't change the world, but you can protect your community like people are doing right now. And you can also have an effect on those around you. You can have a bad effect, you can have a positive effect. You can help people reach the place that you have reached, right? You can help awaken them. You can be a part of their political awakening towards a pathway of solidarity with your fellow humans, you know? I know I am supposed to be the one radicalizing moms. No, specifically I'm radicalizing the liberal white moms in well-to-do suburbs. All right, when the hell are these gamers going to be ready? Let me check in. Because I'm getting up in the morning to stream, so I don't want to be up super duper late. I'm streaming in the morning because then tomorrow night... Oh, they just died. Oh, sad.
Back.
Oh, wait,
What?
no.
I'm in this circle.
Oh, he just died one time. You know what I have learned? I have learned the pain of needing people to game with and having to wait for them to finish. I have learned the pain. Bro, Caroline, it's been so hard because I've specifically been trying to not force or actively persuade but gently nudge my liberal Zionist Jewish family towards not being stupid, annoying liberals. But I just found out my cousin's going on birthright to Israel this summer. I'm like, what the fuck? How do I not judge my family when they do zone of interest shit like that? Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a normal reaction. You know, it's tough. Family's tough. Sometimes you make inroads and then sometimes you don't. And some people have a harder time escaping the veil of propaganda. And I think it's remembering that, like, okay, I was once there too. Here's what helped me. This is what, you know, this is part of my journey. And like, it can be tough though when people are resistant to it, but I don't know, man. I mean, like I have taken baby steps. I've taken baby steps with some people in my life who are not yet pro-Palestine, but have now gotten to the point that they're not pro-Israel, which I know it sounds crazy, but it is a step that they previously had not reached. No. I'm talking about people who were raised very heavily with the belief that Israel is this great holy place. Yeah, that's very funny, Will. You know, friends of mine who are either who their Zionism came via the form, via their religion, their whatever their upbringing was, but that they were just very clouded in very clouded by Zionist propaganda that still is making them unable to be pro-Palestine because of their associations that Palestine is not like fully the victim here. Their associations with Palestine having like terrorist groups, etc., but not being pro-Israel. Like I do think that is a change. People who are like, look, this pro-Palestine stuff, it's out of control. Okay, people are getting killed, whatever. But then going, but I'm not down with what Israel's doing. I'm not all about it. So then it's like, okay, we got to get to the next step. Literally, my grandmother, her dad told her when she was like that, we always back Israel no matter what. So anytime she heard something, her side was immediate and unquestioned. Yeah. You know, it's hard. It's harder too when people have family, when they have like personal connections to the state of Israel. Like it can be harder to remove them from that. Can be harder to like remove them from that connection that renders them unable to like fully see what's happening here. You know, and so I think a lot of people have tuned out because they don't want to have to reckon with this thing that they have been told their whole lives is this great moral thing. And so right now they're just kind of trying to tune it all out. Israel is an entire identity for some Jewish people. It makes it really hard to break the Zionist programming. Yeah, and I just think about like had I been raised in a family, in a community that just emphasized from the day I was born that Israel is my protector, that I have to always, Israel protects me and I have to protect Israel. And there is all this stuff that people are going to say, but that, I can't listen to any of it and remember the very painful history that our people carry and all that stuff. And like having family or friends who live over in Israel. And so it's this like war that's raging within people because of their identities being so closely tied to this place. I feel that, but also I was actually raised more Zionist than my cousin. It's wild. That is wild. I don't know, man. Some people, you just can't do anything, and it's tough. You've done what you can do. You've done what you can do, and you can't do anymore. Of my siblings, of which went to birthright, the youngest is most pro-Israel, the oldest most anti-me. That's fascinating because usually, I don't know. I look at my family of 5 kids. Well, no. I mean, my baby sister is very, very to the left, but so am I. But that happened for me when I was older. Like, she has been much more progressive at a younger age than I ever was at her age. And a lot of people I know, unless they're specifically friends that I have met through, just connecting over our leftist beliefs. Like, a lot of people I went to college with, high school, they are definitely less progressive than their younger siblings because of just generational differences, you know? That's the crazy thing. My family's no Jewish heritage. My area was major 9/11 pilled. Major 9/11 pilled. And I was still raised to think that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's weird because, so I was not raised with any additional Zionist programming outside of just the usual, being an American, where these are things that you are consuming unconsciously. So most of us are like, oh yeah, Israel, that's our ally, right? Like, blah, blah, blah. The only democracy in the Middle East, those types of things. But I was personally not raised in a family or in a community that I remember that being so explicit. I just joined. Did you see Patty Harrison posted your video on IG? What? Wait, what video? I'm sorry. Excuse me? Hello? The Patty Harrison? Shut up. You guys, excuse me? What's going on? Is this... Patty Harrison, do you want to come on the stream? Wait, is this the video that everyone's been fighting in my Instagram comments and I've had to have my Instagram blocked, or I've had my Instagram notifications off the entire day? It's so funny because I never really have Instagram reels pop off that much in the way that I'll have a tweet pop off, for instance. I also don't really use Instagram much, but this video in particular where I just said Waymos are cops. Waymos are cops. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are really mad too, but okay, wait. I'm looking up Patty Harrison's Instagram. Let me see. Holy shit. For people criticizing the destruction of Waymo cars at the protest, Waymos are covering cameras and are perpetually recording. It's not some conspiracy theory where Waymo is open about how they give that information to the police. Waymos were driving right up into the protest one after another. Anyone who is around one of these things is getting filmed the entire time. They have 29 cameras. Since the day I was born, I knew it was my God-given mission as a Christian to protect Waymos. I'm so deeply saddened about the robot cars that steal jobs and tattle to police, but I am not sad about people being abducted. I should speak on more things and issues. Oh my God! She's so fucking funny, man. Since the day I was born, it was my God-given mission as a Christian to protect Waymos. Holy shit, that is so fucking funny. That one clip is great. I forwarded it to some friends who don't watch Twitch and they loved it. These are things I still don't understand. I don't understand how, like, that is what just popped off. That people, here's the link if you need it. There we go. Y'all, is this my way in with You know what? I don't need Hassan anymore. I don't need Hassan anymore. I'm just going to say things like Waymos are cops. And then this is my way in to interview people who I think are really cool. I think because it makes people mad. I guess it's kind of funny, the like visual of a Waymo as a cop. That is fucking hilarious. I just checked, it as over 500,000 views. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got so mad at Hassan the other day because I was like, hey, I need you to do something. And he went, what? I said, I need you to message Hannah Einbinder because she follows you on Instagram. And he goes, who is that? I said, of course, I know you wouldn't know who that is, but I need you to message her anyway. And here's what you're going to say. And then he's like, oh, I don't even know who that is. And I said, I'm telling you who she is. And I was like, she's in the show Hacks. She also like pro-Palestine. So you should have her on your show. I will be there. And he's like, I don't know what Hacks is. What is that? I was like, I hate you so much. I hate you. I hate you because people who like, I am such a fan of their work. I'm a big fan of Danny DeVito. I love your work. You know, these shows that just consume my life. And of course, a lot of times they follow him and he doesn't know who they are. And so then he went to his messages. He's like, oh, she's messaged me before. I'm like, I hate him now too, actually. It causes me pain. It causes me so much pain. I almost took his phone. I was going to take his phone and be like, Cutie steals his phone to message celebs. Yeah, that's what they do. When he's like, I don't know who that is. One of them will just take his phone and message the person that they're trying to have on the podcast. Because otherwise his phone is like, oh, I don't know. Who is that? What's that? What is that? I know. And she's a Hasanami head. And I was like, dude, she will absolutely want to come on your stream. And she's so cool. She's so funny, super based, very cool, very talented. He can't keep getting away with it, except he does. He does keep getting away with it. Ah. Straight up unk status. I know. But I'm like, Hassan, Hacks is one of the biggest shows in town. Like they won a shit ton of Emmys, Golden Globes last year. It's like a really big deal because I have to pitch things to him in a way that he'll, I go, so if you have Hannah on, those clips will go viral. She's really popular. I relate with Hassan. I don't know half the people in shows you talk about. Yeah, but imagine these people now follow you, right? It's like they follow you on social media. They share your stuff. And I'm like, please message them because I know that they would want to come on the stream. Oh, shit. Oh, yo, I'm going to drop. Oh, wait, what time? Ah! Butter. Oh, I'm here. Oh my God. I didn't realize that she had messaged me. Hold on. Let me call the group. Oh my God. Wait, this was 15 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm going to drop. You can have my spot. I just needed to try to beat this one, boss. I'm here. I started the call. I answered the call. Pre-gaming panic. Oh my God. See, what happens though is like if you don't answer right away, they'll start a new run. Poppy Lou from Hacks also follows him too. Okay, nobody answered my call. Shit. Because the thing is too with him, because his brain is so politically focused, right? Where he'll go, well, I wouldn't know what to talk to this person about. So the show, The Pit, he at least has seen that show. He's seen that show. But he would have no desire to reach out to people on that show unless he could talk about, like just politics. But I know that people who are on that show follow him because, of course, I go to their Instagrams to see who they follow. And I see that they follow him. And I'm like, please. Lotta Glotz, thank you for the raid. Thank you. It's like showing your mom a funny TikTok and she's like, who is that? Is that one of your friends? I love showing my mom a TikTok. Well, I don't show TikToks, but anyway, showing her whatever. And then having her be like, is that one of your friends? And I'm like, no. Amanda Stenberg follows him and comments on his stuff, and bro just ignores it. Shaking my fucking head. I keep telling him. See, do you, like, you guys feel this pain as viewers, right? As members of the community. Like, you feel that pain too, where you go, holy shit, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This person follows you. You could send them a message and get to meet them and have a conversation with them. The only reason that Hassan knows who Susan Sarandon is because of her political activism. He does not know Susan Sarandon from her film work. He does not know Thelma and Louise. He does not know Rocky Horror Picture Show. He does not know Susan Sarandon, the actress. He does not know Bill Durham. He does not know Stepmom. He does not know Stepmom. But he knows because Susan is like one of the, one of the biggest leftist activists in Hollywood. Okay, Nandre is ready. Nandre is ready. He only knows her son because he follows him too. Nandre!
Hello.
Jay, how did it go?
We clutched. Easy victory.
Yeah?
Wasn't even worried.
Okay, that's good. I was telling my chat that I know the pain now of like wanting to do a run and I have to I have to wait for the gamers. I gotta wait. Okay, I just want to do one run though because I am getting up early in the morning.
What? No one simply just does one run.
Just one run, she says. Sure.
Yeah.
So you say.
Yes, indeed. Okay, all right.
Nan, what do I have to do for my last remembrance? I picked up a key. I'm supposed to find like a
say
page in a book somewhere.
In the journal, it'll say it on the right side. I don't know that. Oh, the key.
Oh fuck! I postponed it. Whoops.
The key, you do it. In the journal room, you'll see it on your map if you open the map. It's marked with an exclamation point.
Cool.
You guys, I'm still not over Patty Harrison sharing my video. That's actually so cool.
What? What video?
Okay, so I don't know. I had this reel where I called Waymo's cops and it popped the fuck off on Instagram, which I have never had happen before. And a lot of people are really angry, but then also cool people like Patty Harrison have shared my video, and she was like, ever since I was a little girl and I knew my God-given Christian mission was to protect the Waymos. You know, who cares about people being brutalized, but I'm here to protect the Waymos. I am here on this earth to protect the robot cars. Who gives a shit about Who gives a shit about people being abducted in the light of day? All right, this is open. This is
I got the crypt thing. Now I need to talk to Recluse. Okay. Perfect. Do I even have to find anything for the last remembrance thing?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a crypt you're gonna have to go down.
I already got the book. I'm talking to the Recluse now.
Okay. ChatGPT, do Waymo feel pain?
Never enough. Yeah, this is a clip right here. Holy shit.
Are you enjoying this game more than Elden Ring so far? I don't think more. It's different. It's fun gaming with a team.
That's gotta be. I'm not joking. I think that was a frame perfect dodge. That shit was actually nuts. So when you ult as Revenant, you're invincible. And you also res everybody on your team.
All right.
And when Flaky was down, I hit it.
Timing. I saw that. Nice.
Who's sending the invite?
Oh yeah, I got you.
I don't think.
I got you. Never enough.
Wait, yeah, Megan 3 is Megan versus the Waymos.
Megan 3. I don't give a shit about Megan. There's not a thing I care about less in the world than the Megan movies.
Nandre.
I'm a hater.
You better not say that when my Megan's within earshot.
Your Megan is creepy. I made that clip
Would
with
have
this.
to beat Knock-Lateau or whatever.
All right, I gotta go to the bathroom.
If we do your remembrance, it will auto spawn Jay. Tifa clears Megan, guys. Okay.
I don't think I have to. I think it's just
Tifa
going
has...
into the area that's close to it. And fighting
Can
the
someone
mimic troll.
PayPal me $3 billion for food, please? Life sucks. I'm sorry. Sure, love for hot daddies. If you DM me, I'll buy you dinner.
$3 million. Yeah, we got a knock on Caroline's door.
Crumpets, you're too late.
There's only room for one.
Oh, also, the reason that we're doing shared together. Hold on a sec. The reason that I also
knocking on your door
wanted Hassan to message Hannah Einbinder is because I want to meet Hannah Einbinder, so then I can also have her connect me with Jane Schoenbrunn, who I am dying to talk to.
If you get Jane on the line,
I need to get Jane. I need to get Jane.
If you get Jane on the line, I'm sending you some questions.
Yeah, dude, Hannah Einbinder is a Hasanabi head. And I said to Hassan, I was like, please message Hannah, ask if she wants to come on the stream. And he's like, I don't know who that is. I was like, oh my God. Okay. She's in the show Hacks. And he's like, I don't know what that is. What would I even talk to her about? I was like, well, first of all, I would be there talking to her. Second of all, I don't know. You can talk about her political activism. Okay.
I got denied partnership. I'm gonna
my fellow anti-Zionist Jew Hannah Einbinder.
Yeah, your fellow antis. Oh.
What did they say in it, Jay?
I have this though. What
Wait,
the
Jay,
heck?
you just got denied now?
They just sent me an email.
They'll tell you why in the email.
Yeah, it said over the past 2 months, blah blah blah. I need 8 individual streams. 75 current. It said I had 6, but I know I had 8.
What you should respond.
It literally showed 8. That's crazy.
You just gotta
post the receipts.
Just keep constantly reapplying. It will hit.
Hogan, thank you.
Yeah. Damn. Hate to see it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Most people, it doesn't hit first time too, so don't stress.
I hate that. Mandy, yes, I know. Meg Stalter's in a new movie.
You will be able to apply for ever though. You don't have to keep the stats up. I mean, like it's good for the apps, but like you're not locked out of it, basically.
All right, we ready?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Shake my hand. I had 6 of 8 a couple
in.
months ago and got denied.
We're playing the first boss?
Yeah, I have to do it for my quests.
Okay.
Truly
You can
the
apply every
only
2
people,
months,
the
or
only
2 weeks.
people I know who have got it on their first try are me and Barry.
You got it on your first try?
I got my first try after but I waited like a week to hear mine. Barry waited less than a day.
That's fast.
Yeah.
Am I able to respond and just show them like a little image of me actually having HD?
Yeah, you can. You can. Include that in your next one.
Vale, I got it first try and now I work a test job.
They out to get me.
You know what, Jay? You don't want to get it first try. That's right. I remember when Will got denied, and he was so...
I remember that too.
He was so upset, and I didn't even understand what partner was, but...
This hurts more than Arc
Alien
Raiders
walked in
delay.
and was like, howdy.
Hey, babe.
The cheese touch, true, Vale, true.
The cheese touch.
It still hurts.
No, I know. It hurts. It sucks.
You got
I
time
don't even
before
want it
October.
I don't even want it.
Okay.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
What's our move here? This class is weak to holy.
Okay. There's one holy camp, I think. No, that's not even holy, that's lightning.
Let's just go East Coast.
Pain.
How do you know who the boss is? We pick it.
Because we can start it with it.
You can also see it on the map in the bottom left corner.
Have a little... Okay, where are we heading?
That was a good question.
East Coast to get that church.
Let's go East Coast.
I also have...
Bar.
Yeah, I have a, they're really split on this map. I have a stone sword key. Ooh, green turtle talisman. It's good.
I do open the map. Look, I'm opening the map.
Caroline has been...
You just get one guide.
Improving like crazy, chat.
I open the map
You know
more
what,
than once.
chat? You know what, chat? Shut the fuck up. Until you beat all the fucking bosses, in front of thousands of people, shut your fucking pie hole, okay?
Okay, truth be told, I did beat a lot of the bosses when I was off stream.
So what? You beat a bunch while you were on too.
You still beat them though.
It's true.
Head ass chatters, backseating and shit. Eat my fucking dick cheese.
What is this, what is this thing up here?
It's madness.
Well, now I gave you that whole great speech, and then you give me what is this thing up here? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Find the crest.
Oh, that's the rise. We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna go south and hit this.
Wait, are we on top of this church? Oh no, it's right down here.
Yeah, it's low. It's low. Flaky and Caroline have been gaming out of their goddamn gourds, okay? And they've been gaming with the fucking sweats too. All right.
Yeah, we've been doing sweaty gaming. The sweatiest. Great comms,
I don't want to hear it,
Caroline.
chat.
Keep it up.
I
Thank
don't want
you.
to hear it.
My comms have definitely.
Yeah, because you learn
Definitely
also what you need to call out. Also is like hard.
Yeah,
That
what's
is a
this
dragon.
thing?
Oh my god. I think we can kill it, but holy shit! Watch out. He one taps probably.
Oh, that was close.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna heal. just
Use
in
your
case.
ults if you have them.
I got nothing.
Ah, I died. I died.
Yeah, this might be a little bit more.
I
than
am
we
like
can
level
chew.
1 or level 2.
Yeah, this is ballsy, but we might be able to stick it.
Ow. Flapping your freaking wings, man.
Do we get good stuff?
I don't like playing this character, but I need to. Which former president would be good at this? Gerald Ford.
Boom, here's the hole.
That's so big.
Tell him to drag in
Level-
these nuts.
Oh, legendary?
Ooh, legendary.
3,000?
30,000.
30,000?
Runes?
That's big, y'all.
Huge.
That's good.
That's
All right, we're gonna.
runes.
All right, level
You
6.
can kill this Knights Cavalry too. That's right here.
Here?
On me. You think Ronald Reagan would be good at video games? You're crazy.
Thank you for follow. Welcome.
Okay, Altang.
Welcome to the only affiliate in the call.
For now.
Nice.
The self-loading is massive right now.
Whoa, how am I? That was like 3 crits.
That was huge. Max
Did we not get a
FP.
thing? Oh, no, we did.
Is Serpent God Curved Sword?
Okay,
Is that
composite bow, rivers
I
of
don't know
blood,
if it
improved physical
Just
attack
7.
power. What do we think, you guys? Number 3, me lord. Number 3.
I don't have your stream open. Hold on.
Should I take the composite bow? That's not that good.
Actually, the one you want again is that Urge Rebow from yesterday. I would
Okay.
take the physical attack power.
Okay.
Yeah,
Rivers
I
of
was
Blood
gonna
is a
take
good katana, but I say we get this church and then we're level 7, so let's just do castle. You know?
Yeah, that dragon kill was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen so
That
many
was a
souls
big
in a
boy.
drop.
Pick number 3, me lord.
William Howard Taft, I don't know. I think
This is
Gerald
lion.
Ford would love it.
Would love Nightreign?
Yeah,
Oh.
See that?
he just gives me gamer energy.
Oh, where this? Oh, I found the lion.
Abe Lincoln would be scared of a video game controller. Abe Lincoln needs to play Nightreign like he needs a hole in the head.
Fucking God.
Sorry, I can't resist a good Lincoln assassination joke. Okay, let's go sewers.
Killing this boss.
Okay, fuck ass dogs.
Aim fuck ass dog.
Oh, I am not with y'all.
Gargoyles, Sacred Twin Blade.
I'm already at the castle.
Okay. Son.
No, you can do it.
No,
you
sorry,
can do
no,
it.
I was getting fucking smacked. My ass smacked.
Maybe watch Chef and gain some empathy.
Is the
No comment.
is the
Actually based.
church up? Spirit stream up?
You didn't get it?
Where the fuck? Wait.
We're at the castle in the middle, but that's the church right in front of you, yeah.
Okay.
Never got this
No, I
move.
was upgrading my weapon.
Got it now.
On the way.
I'm fighting Tish underneath.
Yeah, Nandre hits the chef propaganda so hard.
Propaganda.
Straight
As
up.
if what I speak is not the truth.
Why you love Jeff?
I would rather lay down on my side so that my balls are hanging out just like a little bit in front of me, and let my girlfriend run over my balls in the car repeatedly until they're like little pancakes, freezer pancakes you throw in the microwave, then watch Chef.
Yeah.
Why are we getting so many legendaries? What the heck?
Okay, Golden Order
Hunt
seal?
and Farm, thank you for the 10 votes for Chef, you fuck.
Let's go.
Is Golden Order seal any good?
No, Caroline, Bloody Helix has a improved range attack buff.
Okay.
Take that. You always want range attack up. It's a fun family film. I have terrible news about your family.
What's a fun family film?
Chef, apparently. Alright, out this door and then immediately hit a left.
So scared him. Wow. I like it.
The Serbian film? The Serbian film is worse than Chef, I will say that.
Well. Well.
Electric.
Am I lost in this castle?
Out the door and then to the left, Caroline.
Oh, I just dodged that.
And then you
I just
gotta
ran into
like
all the
vault
shit.
up the corner, remember?
Yes.
You're in the
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah. I think you went down back to the Talismans.
I did.
Let's watch Audition with the whole family.
Yeah.
The first time I met one of my ex's family members, they wanted to watch a movie and I picked Prisoners. That was my first time meeting them. We watched Prisoners. They're like not used to watching stuff like that. This is a Paddington family. They were not ready for Prisoners.
I like when Will recommend, like, someone's like, oh, I want to watch a movie. And he's like, how about Prisoners? A nice, calm.
Oh, I read a comic last night that I think you would really like, Caroline, that I think I want to send to you and Billy.
Yeah?
It's called, Chad, you might have to help me find the name because I can't look it up while I'm playing. But it's a comic from IDW, and it's like kind of like Winnie the Pooh art, but it's about a serial killer bear, anthropomorphic bear. Something beneath the something. I forget what it's called exactly, but it's really good.
Couldn't tell you. But Beastman's curved sword. I'm just gonna get HP.
It was really cool. I loved it, actually. Beneath the Trees, yes. Really good. It was very cool horror concepts. Maybe we go and kill another giant in here. I think we have time. No, we don't. Let's go to the site.
Prisoners is a film you watch on Girls' Night. Yeah.
Oh my.
Get the girly pops together for Prisoners.
Yo.
Deco, and some Prisoners.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, that's the giant at the top that we were fighting the other one.
Oh my god!
You get up there?
Morty, people were voting for Boiling Point
Oh my
yesterday.
god,
'cause
this
they
thing
wanted
is
to
like
watch it.
fucking my ass up. Oh no, I just died.
It's got aimbot. Oh, I don't know if I can get you in time.
I'm gonna try.
Wait.
Earl.
Okay.
We got you.
Thank you.
How the fuck are we getting back up?
I don't know.
You can go down this way. Go down this way. There's a jump stream
there's a
down.
ramp right here.
Or a ramp,
up
yeah.
this.
Keep in mind in your health bar.
That was so embarrassing that I just got taken out by a thing that I wasn't even fighting.
Yeah, no, that they have auto aim. They're awful.
Those things suck. That and the fucking
hit the HP on your way too.
The HP.
Yeah, they use a bunch. Yeah, Sight of Grace.
Oh. Good.
It's crazy how a run can be so good if you get Crucible Knights and so bad if you get Giants.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, we got a great pull here. Maybe the easiest day one boss ever.
God, how do these little guys have so much fucking... Okay, come to mama.
Fast.
Alting. Crit. Woo!
Easy.
Yo! Melted up.
Alright, then we just go back and we finish the other giants in the castle.
Isn't there like 1?
2. Follow me. Jump this gap and then go to the right.
Say so.
An eye on your health too.
Oh, you.
Jump up here.
Liquid foul. Very nice. Yeah, level 10 day 1 is insane.
So what you get when you do
Was that
castle.
because we fought the dragon?
The dragon and castle give you a lot.
I should have taken that other one, but that's okay. It's alright.
There's 2 giants up here. We're gonna kill both of them.
Okay. These giants are... so
Oh
annoying.
no way! That killed me.
Oh.
I underestimated
him?
my summon will probably get me up. Oh no, my summon died.
Oh my god! I just got... Where am I? Wait, what is...
Oh, I got hit off the map. Oh,
I got hit off the fucking map, too.
It's okay, I killed the giant up here. We gotta get the last one, and then it'll stop getting sniped when we walk over here too.
Okay, this bad boy is pissed.
Alright.
Okay, this is...
Get up from that side.
That was so disorienting, I know.
That messed me up.
Alright, almost done.
On my way.
Sometimes these little NPCs are so fucking annoying.
Oh yeah, when you're trying to hit a menu,
Yeah.
they piss me off so much.
Okay,
Oh,
so like...
I don't really want to go and get that flask down there. Maybe we just go north.
Attacks, infinity, and power. I guess I don't know.
Which
You
one?
killed the other boss or
Alberonic
not?
bow, improve physical attack power, raises
Physical attack power. Wait, what's the bow say? That's fine. Attack power is never bad. Attack power is literally always going to be a good
I don't
pick.
think it was that good of a bow.
Okay.
Doo-doo.
Wait, Hassan claims to be good at Fortnite?
Since when?
Me when I lie. I don't know.
Ain't no way.
Good night, Dustin.
Chad, the thing about this game is it doesn't
When is
matter if
Bureau?
you're good at
Tomorrow.
Elden
Tomorrow
Ring.
night.
It's not
When's the
about
last
being
time
good
he
at
actually
Elden
said
Ring.
anything about it?
No, it's really not.
When's he even talked about that?
That's just part of it.
Group.
I'm on this Deathrite bird up here.
Oh, not the bird. Okay, my ult. Did nothing.
Well, a lot of it I think is just being good at
Oh my God.
roguelikes. I can rest.
Alton.
Ow. Nice. Hurts.
Hassan said he's a better gamer than Caroline. There's no way he said that.
Flip it or it didn't happen.
After you beat
Wow, I am just dying a lot this
John,
round.
after you beat the
I
Metal
don't
Gear
get to.
Solid games,
Yeah.
it's
Did
gonna be
we
a
all-
bad luck for him.
Did we all die?
We all.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Wait, I didn't think
I
this
can't-
bird was that tough.
Fire killed me.
Oh, the bird is hard as
Bird
hell.
sucks. This bird sucks.
I thought I kind of ran in thinking it was just gonna be easy. Hunt and
Hassan
farm.
did not
You
invoke the
are-
code.
You are
He
a
did not
fucking
invoke
liar.
the code.
No,
There's no way he invoked the code.
No, you're a liar.
That is blasphemous. That is blasphemous. Make sure you pick up your souls before you get into the fight.
Oh, it's doing that thing where it's moving, so that means somebody has my souls.
I have your souls.
No, this guy. Wait. I think this guy does. Wait.
I need a res. I died.
Hold
and
on.
I didn't pick up my souls yet.
I haven't picked up my souls.
Do you have an ult, Caroline? If you have an ult,
What?
use your ult.
No.
Use your ult.
Use the heart on that. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm
gonna
coming.
need a resurrectiones.
Coming.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I died too, and I didn't pick up my fucking souls.
Oh god.
Just stay alive. So when your souls move on the map, it means that a character has them, right?
Do you
Like-
either running past them or
Dude. Caroline was one.
Almost. Okay.
I got
thank
us.
you.
you got yours, Jay, or no?
Yeah, I got mine.
Nani, thank you for the 5.
Fuck this! Oh my fucking god! I lost my
Did you go-
souls.
You gotta go get them first.
I couldn't find them. I was trying to res you. God damn it.
It's okay. This boss will give a
Sucks.
bunch. The problem with this
that.
boss is it's overtuned a lot. Even like we're level 10 fighting this boss. We should be able to kill this boss relatively easily.
Damn
but
it.
it's just
I know.
like
I
this
should have tried to
boss.
find him again. I just could not. I couldn't find him.
It'd be like that.
Ugh. Ugh.
I still think we gotta kill it. It's
We do,
too
because
low
now
not to.
I'm under leveled. Why is this guy so annoying? Alright, we almost got him.
That was.
Here we go.
God damn it.
We go up north to fight the next right bird. Ooh, Ruinous Ghost Flame? That sounds sick.
Ugh.
We'll get you levels. Don't you worry.
Sounds fucking sick.
Ugh. I don't know. I don't know if I want any of these.
Oh, I have that move? Well, okay, that's kind of sick.
What's the middle one?
I already took it. I'm so
Okay.
annoying. Wait, I'm still level 10. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're fine.
I've just been using that.
Okay. Still annoying as
Ancestor
shit.
Spirit up here?
Ew.
No, Ancestor Spirit is easy.
No, it's not that bad. Yeah.
Is there another church?
Yeah, there is one. We're not gonna get it though. It's just way too far away from everything on the map. It's in a bad spot. Radon is so much harder than Nameless King, chat. Radon is the hardest boss in a FromSoft game by
Oh my god,
miles.
why do I keep fucking dying all the time now? This is my worst run as far as the amount of times I keep dying.
Shit. There we go.
Oh my god, I don't understand how I'm at the level I'm at. I'm getting my... Patty, don't look, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed.
Too much.
Party Hardison played some Elden Ring.
Alright, there he goes. There we go. Thank
There
God.
should be another boss up here on the other side of the gorge. Oh, I got a legendary. Sacred Phalanx.
This is
I
a
think
holy
this is
weapon.
actually...
Wait.
Yeah,
Oh. Ordovis's greatsword?
Black
Yes,
bow.
yes, Ordovus is literally the best thing you could have picked up, Jay.
Yeah.
Also,
Party
the special on it is really good.
That's huge.
That's her Instagram handle, guys.
Looks very nice.
Anyone have any ideas what I should take?
Show me the weapons.
Black bow, winged scythe.
That one, successive attacks negate damage. The scythe is really good. Gives you a lot of damage negation. Successive attacks negate damage is like one of the best buffs in the game.
So should I put that in my what's it called?
It doesn't have to be in your offhand. It can be just anywhere.
Okay.
Only the time it needs to be in your offhand is if it has like a red box instead of a gray one.
Yeah, we're destroying this boss.
Yeah, he's much easier.
It's easier when I have this this greatsword. When I have this buh.
Okay, Godslayer seal.
Alright. Does anybody have a stone sword?
Anyone want a gargoyle's halberd?
Nah, take the poise. The poise is good.
What does poise do?
Passives.
Poise is basically
Makes the sword
how
get
easily
knocked,
you
or-
use stagger.
Yeah, staggered. Look at this sword, Caroline. Look at this attack.
Ooh. Why is that so sick? All right.
It's so pretty.
It's so good. It's literally like one of the best weapons to get in the game.
Oh, I see how far the fucking church is.
Looks
Damn.
badass, dude.
Yeah, and there's nothing by it, you see. It's just kind of ass.
we
I
done?
almost got the Albinarix down here. There's
the whole
one
camp?
more. Yeah, I gotta find him. This is a holy camp, by the way, so pick up this stuff. It's good. We gotta find the one that has the big wooden staff and isn't wearing a shirt.
Have a little breeze.
Oh, right here.
Oh shit. He's naked.
Boom.
He's nude.
Attacks follow charge attacks. Holy ground on a shield. Flash recovery is very nice.
Pick up that bow, Jay. Or Caroline, that I just dropped.
I don't need that.
Okay.
We gotta go.
Yes, we do.
G2G.
I have holy grease for somebody as well. There's a site of grace up here if anybody needs.
No, I don't
There's
have enough.
two.
I do.
Even just to refill your flask is good.
I don't. I only have 5. I thought I had more.
I know, because we didn't get that last one.
Yeah.
You can take that if you don't have if you have one open.
Wings side.
Take what?
Oh. Oh, Jimmy.
You do tooties?
No, she just it's moving around. Oh, Hannah, it's the best part of it is can I get broken on a run is so fun.
The grind for better weapons? Yeah. It really does make or break
Pretty
your
nice.
run, man. And when you have when you just have like, when everything lines up, it's just
Feels
legendary.
good.
It just feels so good.
Well, just killing stuff instantly just is the best.
Margie.
Okay, I have an alt. I'm gonna use that.
Pretty quickly.
How do you keep... Oh wait, that skeleton is not one of ours.
That's mine. The skeleton is mine.
Oh, how do you get that?
It's just something my class has.
Who's sending these yellow balls?
Me. They're mine.
Ow, sir, ow.
Sir, please.
Where'd I have that sword?
Bro got them jaundice balls. Yo.
There it is there. Another legendary? Ooh, a Wending Grace. Yes, please.
Alright, physical
Yes,
damage
please.
negation. Let's do that. Let's take that one.
I like
the
that a
last
lot.
thing Caroline
I'm
has
about
to
to hit level
experience is the pain
14.
of a game being canceled. I don't want to experience that.
Well, Chad, luckily for you, this came up last night, actually, is that Caroline was like, I want to play PT, and I was like, well, luckily for you, I have an emulator of PT, so she'll stream PT at some point in the future. Somebody take this holy grease, please buy me some starlight shards. I need.
God. Oh. Okay.
I deem that a
Level
good
12.
trade.
Yeah. Scary game stream with Caroline.
All right, which of these bows should I use? I have the irons I have been using, but then I have the heart bow, the black bow. It's got enchanted shot. The grape.
Is that
bow.
spiral sword, though?
I'm looking.
Kinda cool.
Not the great bow.
Cool.
I think you use your base bow or the black bow. The poison is nice.
Oh, well, the Omen King. All right, let me get some boiled crab as well.
I can buy you stuff. Just please get me shards. I need shards.
Oh shit.
Can I upgrade this black bow? How do you?
I'll buy you an upgrade stone. Here, Kwan. Please buy me starlight shards. So I need. Oh, watch you! I could have bought you your flesh, bro. I need the shards.
Oh fuck!
I picked them up, but I did buy the boiled crab because I didn't know. I got one for you. All right. How many do you need, dude?
As many
There's
as
a new
possible.
Silent Hill coming out.
You
Oh
not get them back?
shit! Yeah, I'll play that.
What do you mean? Do I not get them back? You can only buy 2.
No, I mean your FP.
No.
Or your man. I mean.
I can, but it's just like I have to give up health doing it. It takes me a while.
Yeah, you guys, I'm gonna play PT soon.
We can install it in a Discord call. It'll take us 5 minutes.
Okay.
Take these holy waters if you have spots.
Holy waters. You got spots?
Kwan, will you buy me 1 starlight shard?
Yeah, is holy water better than?
The fire stuff, yeah.
Okay, I bought it for you. What do I do with it?
Hover over and drop it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh wait, sorry,
here
I
again?
dropped the wrong thing. Wait.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Holy fire! All right.
Wait,
Carol,
sorry.
you taking those
So is
spots?
fire pot better than holy pot, or?
You want holy pots because
Holy
the boss
pot.
is weak to holy.
Okay.
Holy pot is the one you want.
I'll get rid of that then. Any other holy pots?
Yeah, I
for me?
am Lembo.
Yeah. Yeesh.
All right, let's do it.
First boss. First boss is the first boss right now.
Holy, holy.
No, ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Y'all ready for this? Bum 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 bum. What boss are you guys going for? You about to find out.
Triceratops. Triphelios.
Wait, isn't there a new Resident Evil?
9 is coming. The
9 is
sequel
coming.
to Village.
Okay, wait. My
Wait,
team.
oh, your chat will know this. Chat, did she play Village?
Yeah, I was gonna ask them which.
Or did
REs
she
are
only
they
play?
playing?
Bio has. Did she only play 7? Oh yeah, you gotta play Village, Caroline. Resident Evil Village
No, I
is
thought
amazing.
I played Village.
You played the one before it,
Okay.
and Village is actually fucking peak.
Remember you
I
playing?
played the one
I
with
just don't know which
Ada,
one.
and I played the one with Daddy.
There's a section in Village that is like probably my favorite horror section in a game in a really long time. Very, very good. No spoilers, but chat, you know the one.
What am I doing?
Should be 2, 7, and 4. Yeah, Village. We gotta put Village on the docket. Well, Gigawatts, honestly, both. But not together.
Oh, that tail, I forgot.
We are pumping. Holy fuck. I died.
Hold on.
You just had to say we were.
I'll put you.
I mean, my character is so squish. I'm 2-shot pretty much the whole game. If you're dual wielding greatsword straight, use your power
Oh shit, I
stance when
forgot
you're
the
ready.
dogs. Oh.
Okay.
I forgot they split off into 3.
You're
I got you.
all on me.
Okay.
We're good.
One's going to you. Can you only damage the one with a sword on its back?
No, you can damage any of them. Oh no, I just accidentally popped a shard.
Shit.
Fuck me.
Oh, we got this,
Fuck.
Flaky. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Alright, they're back together.
Together where? Oh, there. Queens. Oh, shit.
Oh, stun.
Okay.
Crit, crit, crit.
Crit.
Get some
Sorry.
I was really low. Oh, wait. It didn't cancel that. Oh, they're voting to you.
Yeah, holy shit.
Run. Okay, they're all on me now. Oh, God. Oh, we got this in the bag. Winding Grace, I got 1 health left. Ow.
They're all running at Jay.
Okay. They're almost dead. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yo, what's up, Lindsay? Perfectly timed raid. You could not time a better raid than that.
Yay!
Very nice, very nice.
Very nice. Very cool.
Not bad at all.
Wait, so how do I... Okay, now that I've beaten the bosses, what should I be doing as far as the quests?
You gotta go to your journal and look through that.
Okay.
And then there'll be
Not the
like remembrances and
remembrance.
stuff you do, and then you also should change your name to Audra McDonald.
Yeah, agreed. I sent you a guide on Iron Eye.
Oh, you
for his
did?
remembrance.
Okay.
Just gotta follow that.
Cool.
And you have to stay in character as you walk off stage as well.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks for the raid, Lindsay. Hope you had a nice stream. And Kate. Or Lindsay Kate. It's one person.
Okay, if you want to run one more, I'll send everyone over to you, Jay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I gotta talk to Guardian.
Okay. All right, you
Maybe
guys.
2 more.
Hold on one second.
Maybe let's run 2 more.
Mm-hmm.
At least.
All
I
right,
gotta
you
save
guys.
my,
I'm gonna
my
run
things
one
up
more,
now.
even though I said I was only gonna do one.
Do I still have one
What
more?
is wrong with me? And then I'm gonna go
I think I need,
live
like, 2 more
tomorrow
bosses at
morning.
least.
I think.
Oh, no, I'm on 7. Wait. Find a sub.
That's the plan.
Oh, right,
That's the
right,
plan.
I have to do the.
I'll go live tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow
one area.
night I will be on City on Stream.
It's going great.
I will be on
What were
City
you
on
up to?
Stream
What were
for
you doing?
Birio
do
Kart,
shifting
and I
bird
think it starts
first.
around 6
Small
Pacific
makeup
time.
challenge.
So if you want to join for that, that'll be fun. I ordered a Princess Peach costume because we're
My
supposed to
name
show
is
up as Mario
Daphne.
characters, so hopefully
The
it comes.
Revenant's
but,
name is Daphne.
yeah, I'm gonna send you guys to Jay. We're gonna run
Okay,
Moss here, and then I will see you guys tomorrow. So thank you for joining me.
Easy.
Hope y'all enjoy. I hope you enjoyed your stay. You can check out, but you can never leave. Just remember that. Once I
insane.
got you in here,
Thing was so good.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave stream together. There we go. If you beat Lud, I'm gonna gift 20 subs.
Let me saw them 420. Thank you for the follow.
I think I've played Mario
Okay,
Kart
wait, Nani,
one
you didn't
time
tell
in
me
the
what
last.
movie you wanted to put your votes on, by the way.
But you know what?
Make
That's
it
a good goal
chef.
to have.
Chef's a really good movie, and
Nani
Najee was
My goal to
does
beat
that-
Lud.
does votes for anime, I think.